Chapter 20, Yi Futian stepped into his professor's home. He heard someone playing a delightfully moving melody on the guqin. There was a unique softness in the sound, which indicated that the player might be a woman. Yi Futian stepped into his professor's home. He heard someone playing a delightfully moving melody on the guqin. There was a unique softness in the sound, which indicated that the player might be a woman. However, Yi Futian was surprised to find that it was Hua Jieyu's father who was playing the guqin in the pavilion. He looked gentle and peaceful with the instrument. Seeing that face, Yi Futian truly understood why his daughter was such a beauty. His master's handsomeness was almost comparable to his own. Yi Futian stepped gently into the pavilion, trying not to make any noise. However, the sound stopped gradually, the musician apparently noticing his approach. The master looked at Yi Futian and smiled. "You're here. Greetings, Professor Hua." Yi Futian bowed to him. "Come grab a seat," Mr. Hua told him. Yi Futian walked forward and sat down, facing the master. "How much do you know about spell scrolls?" A spell scroll is a scroll with a certain spell inscribed on it. Only mages that are extremely talented in power perception can manage to do that, hence why they are called scroll inscribers, Yi Futian said. The spirit and chi that a mage is able to release in a fight is limited, and sometimes the mage has to release the power really fast. In that case, the power of his spell is proportional to his plane. However, in a non-battle status, a mage can actually take a lot more time to inscribe more powerful spells on a scroll so that he can release the power instantly during a fight. You are correct. If you are a good enough scroll inscriber, the spell inscribed can be much more powerful than those you can use during a fight. Therefore, the scroll inscribers can sometimes surprise their enemies with spells way beyond their ability range. In fact, people seldom want to fight against a good scroll inscriber, Mr. Hua continued. There are more benefits to being a good scroll inscriber. Inscribers are generally very wealthy because the scrolls of good quality are expensive. In addition, the status of this profession is very high. I know. Yi Futian smiled. This profession is very talent-oriented. Mages with normal ability can never become scroll inscribers. You do, however, have this talent within you. He looked at Yi Futian, stood up, and began exiting. This way. Yi Futian followed him to a small library. Even though it was a tiny space, there were thousands of books stored inside. He pointed to a shelf and told Yi Futian, "Browse the books on that shelf. They are the introductions to spell scrolls." Sure, Yi Futian nodded without asking any questions. The master was pretty satisfied with this reaction. He left Yi Futian alone to read. He roughly scanned the books, then chose one of them to start reading seriously. He understood that the foundation of a knowledge system was critical, and that no matter how talented he was, the basics were still necessary. In fact, he was well influenced by his godfather, and he thoroughly understood the importance of fundamentals. He was extremely focused on the materials. Unknowingly, dusk had already arrived. Hua Jieyu came in from outside and greeted her dad. The man smiled at her and asked, "How was your performance today?" "I took down 3 level 9 demons," Hua Jieyu smiled back at him. "Nice job." He nodded and told her, "Go prepare some pens and scrolls for scroll inscribing." "Another practice session?" Hua Jieyu was confused. "It's not for you. It's for Futian," he smiled again. Something flashed through her eyes when she heard that name. That guy had come. He was so driven. When Yi Futian came out, he saw Hua Jieyu preparing the desk for him. She was tall and slim, with an elegant aura that could not belong to someone her age. Her mother must also be a pretty woman. What a pity that Yi Futian had never seen her. Yi Futian sneaked towards her and smiled. "What a virtuous woman I'm looking at." Hua Jieyu stiffened. "Virtuous? Was he kidding? This is my house, mind your language." Hua Jieyu looked back and smiled at Yi Futian. The smile was breathtaking, but Yi Futian could not enjoy it anymore. He knew how calculative and cunning this fox could be. "Futian, are you done reading?" The master came out of his room with a book in his hand. Yep, I'm done, Yi Futian slightly nodded. Okay, so which plane are you in now for sorcery? He asked. The sixth awakening plane, the invincible. Have you ever practiced any spells? No. Yi Futian thought something like the grand meteor was not the answer he was looking for. That's good for you. The master seemed quite satisfied, which made Yi Futian really curious. Never practicing spells before was a good thing. There are major differences between the inscribed spells and the spells you directly cast during a fight. In fact, a lack of experience makes you better at perceiving these differences, Mr. Hua explained to Yi Futian as he gave him a book. This will teach you some inscribing methods of basic spells. Let's start with the first one. Yi Futian nodded and took the book. The first spell was Thunder Blast, a spell for a basic level of awakening. It induced a thunderstorm used to attack the opponent. I'm done, he said as he closed the book. Now, try to inscribe, the master nodded. Yi Futian picked up the pen, looking really serious about this first try. Suddenly, he was surrounded by the power of thunder flowing from his body to his hand, which finally converged on the end of his pen. At the same time, it looked like the thunder power was being engraved on the scroll. Yi Futian began using the pen slowly and thoughtfully. However, a thunderbolt suddenly cracked, and all the power diffused immediately. I failed. Yi Futian was kind of disappointed. It's okay. Keep going, try another one, the master told him. Yi Futian picked up a new scroll, feeling sad. He was wasting something very costly. His second attempt was a failure, as was his third attempt, and so on with his ninth effort. He still could not do it, but every time he made some progress by hanging on for longer period of time. Jiayu, show him, please, the master asked his daughter. She nodded, and her hands reached out for the pen that Yi Futian was holding. Yi Futian was stunned for a moment, then gave her the pen. Hua Jiayu took a scroll and began inscribing. The power of thunder was all over her body. Wow, that thunder element talent of hers is amazing. Yi Futian was awed by this. He had seen her incredible metal and wind element talent on Mount Tianyao. This fox was just as multi-talented as he was. She looked focused while she was inscribing, yet somehow still seemed to be at ease. Her entire body was glowing with not only the power, but also her unique beauty from concentrating. She finished the scroll soon, then smiled at Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled back but felt awkward. Okay now, take your time, the master told him. He then left the pavilion with his daughter. He was leaving intentionally so Yi Futian could focus. Sure, Yi Futian answered. He began genuinely focusing on the inscribing. Even though he continued to fail, he did make some progress after every failure. Dusk settled over the academy. Mr. Hua sat on the couch and asked his daughter, "How long did it take for you to make your first scroll?" "A day," she answered. "He will make it soon, even without my instruction," Mr. Hua told her. In fact, he is the most powerful mage I have ever seen in perceiving and controlling spiritual qi in the awakening plane. He is even better than you. Hua Jiayu stared at the boy. Suddenly, a shining thunderbolt burst out, the storm striking the pavilion directly. I made it. Yi Futian was so excited. Hua Jiayu winced. She could not believe that he had made his first success this fast. He used the scroll right after making it. What a waste. Mr. Hua felt a little sad, but he kept smiling at Yi Futian. He had not expected to have someone as talented as Yi Futian in this city. This boy was a mage of all elemental talent, and a natural-born scroll inscriber. This meant that he would be an all-elemental scroll inscriber, which was pretty rare. I made it. Yi Futian ran to the master. He was so excited that he had not only successfully inscribed a spell, but that he had learned it as well. Nice job. You have a lot more to work on. In fact, you need to be able to inscribe all the spells in that book. The master knew why he was so excited. No matter how talented he was still a 15-year-old, an age meant for being simple and naive. Okay, Yi Futian nodded. It's already night. Are you? Hua Jieyu smiled at Yi Futian, implicitly telling their guest that it was time to leave. Ah, time flew by so fast. Yi Futian looked to the sky, then continued, it's too dark and dangerous outside. Do you have a spare room here, Mr. Hua? Is it okay if I stay for tonight? What? Hua Jieyu was caught off guard. Dark and dangerous? What lame excuses. Yi Futian ignored her, looking to his master with expectancy. Okay, then stay. Jieyu, go prepare the guest room for Yi Futian, Mr. Hua smiled. Ah. Hua Jieyu blinked. Why was she being asked to prepare the room for this shameless guy? Yi Futian looked at her with a grin. His gaze was full of anticipation. In his eyes, a fox was making a bed for him. What a dream. Nope, Hua Jieyu refused after she saw the expression on Yi Futian's face. Jieyu, mind your manners, her dad told her. She stood up, feeling wronged, then reluctantly went to the room. I'll go help her, Professor. Yi Futian followed her to the room. Soon, it began to sound like they were bickering. Mr. Hua looked to the sky full of shiny stars and showed a smile of nostalgia. We used to be such a beautiful age. Yi Futian had refused to go back to his dorm after his stay. Hua Jieyu believed that her father had just invited a wolf into their house. Time passed by, and Yi Futian was able to inscribe even more spells. Some of them were actually of the seventh awakening plane. One day, Yi Futian was working alone in the pavilion. All of a sudden, he felt something vague and intriguing going on in his mind. Later, he found that his body had resonated with the spiritual qi of the universe. The power was all over his body, the feeling was so different from the mere act of collecting. Okay, now I am in the seventh awakening plane, the mystery. He smiled. During the inscribing these days, he was making progress on the perception and control of elemental power. In fact, the inscribing was also a form of cultivating. Chapter 21. The cold winds of winter had arrived, the greenery had wilted, and Qingzhou Academy had become rather bleak. The cold winds of winter had arrived, the greenery had wilted, and Qingzhou Academy had become rather bleak. However, Yi Futian was not affected by the cold at all. His days passed by comfortably and carelessly. Other than inscribing scrolls daily, he treated himself to the eye candy that was Hua Jieyu. He had been so happy that Yusheng was almost the last thing on his mind. 2 months passed and he had only gone back to their dorm to visit Yusheng twice. This had Yusheng's imagination running wild as to what Yi Futian could be doing at the Hua residence. The academy's ban on Yi Futian was still in place. When everyone was looking forward to Yi Futian's reaction, he completely vanished from their sights. His disappearance had everyone thinking if he would have come to class if there had not been a ban. Maybe if it was senior sister Qin Yi's lecture. Without any warning, the first snow arrived. The snow was coming down hard, covering everything in a blanket of white overnight. In the morning, Yi Futian stepped out of his room. He looked up at the sky, full of snow flurries, and rubbed his hands together. A hot breath escaped as he smiled. The pavilion up ahead looked lonely, standing alone in the white, while everything around it was completely hidden by the snow. One figure stood out in the midst of it all. She seemed to have lost herself in the beautiful view. The snow was too beautiful. Yi Futian picked up his feet and headed towards her. Another set of footprints appeared in the snow on the ground. Standing next to the young woman, Yi Futian snuck a glance at her, but it seemed she had not taken notice of him. Her eyes were closed as she enjoyed the serenity. Yi Futian closed his eyes as well and continued to stand beside her quietly. The white snow fell non-stop until the both of them were covered in a layer of it. What are you doing? Hua Jieyu had opened her eyes and smiled at Yi Futian when she saw that he was mimicking her. Yi Futian opened his eyes and looked at Hua Jieyu tenderly. Smiling, he replied, accompanying you until our hairs turn white. Hua Jieyu blinked speechlessly. She then looked at Yi Futian's head, covered in the white snow. Her heart twinged with disappointment. She could never take his words too seriously. It's already been 2 months, you don't really think this is your home now, do you? Hua Jieyu teased Yi Futian. Master is more than just my teacher, he has become like a father to me. So his home would be like home to me, Yi Futian said. He sounded quite serious. You two little rascals, a voice said, causing the two to turn their heads. They saw a handsome figure smiling at them, and heard him say, flirting so early in the morning, you guys really don't think of me at all. Yi Futian sighed to himself. Master knew him too well. Father, Hua Jieyu called out, feeling wronged. She stared at her father. Am I really your child? He always took Yi Futian's side. What kind of father did that? Who else but I could have birthed the most beautiful daughter in all of Qingzhou City, the middle-aged man replied in a joking manner. Hua Jieyu looked at her father. In a mere 2 months, her father's tone and manner of speech had already adopted that of Yi Futian's. This was just. You really are a master. Yi Futian was impressed. Master was on a completely different level than he was in every aspect. After spending so much time together, Yi Futian had finally found out his master's name, Hua Fenglu. Even his name was impressive. He could not even hope to compete with master. Yi Futian, over the past days your cultivation in scroll inscribing has become so well developed that you no longer need guidance. As your power level increases, you will naturally be able to inscribe more powerful scrolls, said Hua Fenglu. He eyed Yi Futian unwaveringly. Even though Yi Futian was only in the mystery plane for sorcery cultivation, he was able to inscribe some of the highest level awakening plane scrolls in the short span of 2 months. It's all thanks to your guidance, master. Yi Futian bowed with gratitude. Hua Fenglu waved his hand in denial. You are naturally talented. You would have yielded the same results even with a different teacher. However, you must remember, you cannot be overly prideful. The outside world is far more complicated than you can imagine. Your journey has only just begun. You can come to me for help when you have any questions, not just for inscribing, but for anything about cultivation as well. I shall keep master's words at heart. Yi Futian nodded in response. All right, go on now, said Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian nodded again before dropping down to both knees and gave Hua Fenglu 3 deep bows. His forehead came into contact with the cold ground. I have been under your guidance for months now and have not yet paid my respects to you properly. Even though I like to joke around, I was serious when I said that you are like a father to me. I will always keep master's words in mind, said Yi Futian. When he was done, Yi Futian stood up slowly and said, I shall be on my way now. He then turned towards Hua Jieyu for a farewell, by Fox, don't miss me too much. He walked out of the residence before she could reply. That rascal, it's going to take some time to get used to things without him here, Hua Fenglu laughed as he shook his head. Why do you like him so much? Hua Jieyu could not understand her father. She could feel that her father genuinely liked Yi Futian, but why? Was it just because of his gift? Initially, it was because of his gift, but after hearing your stories about him and what happened during the fall quarter examinations, I realized that under his playful demeanor was a pure heart. After receiving 3 years' worth of insults, any normal person would have been resentful, but he remained cheerful and bright, like the sun. Furthermore, he was willing to stand up to the academy just for Yuxing's placement. It is easy to determine that he is an extremely loyal person, explained Hua Fenglu. After these past 2 months with him, I'm starting to like his personality more and more. So, you would sell out your own daughter? Hua Jieyu rolled her eyes at her father. She said, even if he does have all those good qualities, you can't deny that he's a shameless pervert. Don't you think his little antics are cute? Laughed Hua Fenglu. Hua Jieyu did not know what to say. Her world was in a messy situation. Her respected father had fallen under a certain person's spell. The snow continued to fall until the entirety of Qingzhou Academy was covered in white, adding beauty to this sacred place. However, the students of Qingzhou Academy were not interested in the beautiful sight. Early in the morning, a group of powerful individuals arrived at the academy. When they arrived, all the instructors of Qingzhou Academy prepared for combat, calling upon the most powerful people at the academy. Leaders of the martial arts and sorcery schools readied themselves. The atmosphere across campus was very tense. Many outer sect disciples did not understand the situation, but the older official disciples knew exactly where this group of people had come from, and their purpose for coming. They knew that their prestigious academy was about to fall victim to some serious provocation. All of Qingzhou Academy was a mess. Disciples rushed toward the same direction in a frenzy. Yi Futian witnessed this sight and found it weird, not knowing what had happened. It seemed like something big was about to take place at the academy. Yi Futian. Yi Futian heard someone call his name before he could reach his dorm. Shifting his gaze in the direction of the voice, he saw a beautiful face and a soft smile spread across his own face. "Where are you going?" asked Feng Qingxue. "Going back to look for Yu Sheng," answered Yi Futian. "The academy is gathering all the students, Yu Sheng should also be there," said Feng Qingxue. Something flashed in Yi Futian's eyes as if he had just had a thought. Feng Qingxue pulled at her sleeve. She looked nervous. She asked, "Why don't we go check it out, together?" Yi Futian stared blankly at the beautiful girl in front of him. The snow was falling on her body. She looked a little nervous and unsettled. "Sure," Yi Futian nodded with a smile. "Okay." Feng Qingxue took the initiative to stand beside him, and the two of them headed towards the crowd. Yi Futian was not joking or teasing her like he had used to, but Feng Qingxue knew that things could never go back to the way they were before. Of course, she would have liked everything to be as it had been in the past. However, she had matured, and understood that things did not always go the way you wanted. Despite knowing what had been lost was gone for good, she still did not want to be complete strangers. "I'm sorry," said Feng Qingxue suddenly. Yi Futian stared at her blankly once again. He could see that she was trying to be as courageous as she could. She looked at him and smiled. "Yi Futian, I'm sorry." Her eyes were getting red. These days, she had been thinking a lot about what her father had said, and she knew that her actions had hurt his pride. "I have forgotten about it already," replied Yi Futian. He understood perfectly why she was apologizing. "There's nothing going on between Murong Qiu and I. He came to look for me after the incident, but I ignored him, and I haven't gone near him since." Feng Qingxue tried to explain herself, even though she knew it wouldn't make a difference, but it was best to make some things clear. "That's all in the past now," Yi Futian replied. "Oh yeah, what's going on at the academy?" Feng Qingxue could tell that Yi Futian was trying to change the subject and felt slightly disappointed. She replied to his question anyway. "I heard that aces from the city of Haiyan led the people of Haiyan Academy here." "The city of Haiyan," muttered Yi Futian as his expression darkened. Haiyan and Qingzhou were both cities of East Sea Island. To Yi Futian, who grew up reading history books, history was something he knew quite a lot about. Before Emperor Yi Qing and Donghuang the Great united the world 300 years ago, there was an age of separatism led on by the nobility. During this complicated period, it was very common for cultivators to loot resources. At the time, the city of Haiyan was controlled by the Haiyan clan. This clan was very aggressive, and repeatedly invaded the other cities of the East Sea Island for resources. After the world had been united, Emperor Yi Qing and Donghuang the Great set up new laws, and the world became much more peaceful. However, they still lacked control of the East Sea Island cities. The Haiyan clan became Haiyan Academy, and took complete control of the city. All these years had passed, and they had still not given up on the invasion of Qingzhou City. With this background, Haiyan Academy and Qingzhou Academy were natural enemies. Every couple of years, they would lead a group of their most powerful individuals to provoke Qingzhou Academy, as well as to test the power of its students. "Looks like Haiyan City is getting overly ambitious once again," said Yi Futian. The peace in Qingzhou was about to be disrupted. However, this matter did not involve Yi Futian, since the city had its own special protectors, the Dark Qilin Knighthood. But Qingzhou Academy was still in trouble. Chapter 22. In the lecture area of Qingzhou Academy, a group of people wearing black robes embroidered with 3 flames were blocking the entrance. In the lecture area of Qingzhou Academy, a group of people wearing black robes embroidered with 3 flames were blocking the entrance. By the time Yi Futian and Feng Qingxue entered, many people had already gathered around, lecturers and students alike. In fact, some of the big chiefs had also heard about the situation, and were arriving as well. They just blocked the entrance to the lecture area. Yi Futian was shocked by how rude these people from Haiyan Academy were. The fact that Yi Futian and Feng Qingxue had showed up together surprised a lot of people. Just 2 months ago, there were rumors this bastard had hugged Qin Yi, now he was hanging around Feng Qingxue. They believed that the academy should absolutely expel him, but not now, as they were facing an imminent external threat. They knew why the Haiyan Academy students were here. The intruders had terrible intentions to stir up some trouble. The directors of the halls are here. People made way for the group of big chiefs to let them through. They were from the College of Martial Arts and the College of Sorcery. They looked very serious about the group from Haiyan Academy. They knew these troublemakers had been planning to come to this place days ago when they had first arrived in the city. It was snowing heavily now. People were cold, not only from the snow, but from the danger being posed by the intruders. This is the sacred lecture hall of Qingzhou Academy. You have come a long way to be here, so why don't we pick a quiet space to have a word, a director said to the Haiyan group. No need for that. This is going to be quick. Just say what you need to hear. The leader of the Haiyan group had dark skin, and his face was chiseled. His eyes looked exactly like those of an eagle. He was insulting Qingzhou Academy with the way he spoke. He did not need to be polite, as they were only here to show off their power. Bring it on. Ling Qingfeng, the director of the Hall of the Sword, understood what was happening. He wanted to get down to business. It's been years since the last time we came here. Over the years, many young students in our academy have shown their talents. They are always trying to get some new experiences with people from other places. Therefore, I have brought them here to be challenged by your young talents, who have been nurtured in this sacred place, the Haiyan leader said in a cold voice. He then looked back to the young students standing behind him. You asked for a challenge. Now, come here and accept the challenges. All the young students looked to be under 18, and the youngest of them looked about 13. However, they were staring at the students of Qingzhou Academy with disdain. Bastard! The students of Qingzhou Academy were pissed off. They clenched their fists, looking forward to teaching these intruders a lesson. A boy stepped forward from the Haiyan group. He appeared to be around 16 years old, and was tall and slim. In fact, he looked like a student from a regular academic school, not a kung fu academy. Mu Jiang, from the Haiyan Academy, in the 9th Awakening Plane, the Unmaker, will accept any challenge. He spoke politely. However, he was so calm that it appeared he was actually very proud, and that he did not take any possible challenges seriously. A student stepped forward from the Qingzhou Academy group. Qiu Yan, the Unmaker Plane, he began introducing himself, also peacefully. He had been outstanding in the spring quarter exam this year and had become official. He had always been a powerful and famous mage at this academy. Bring it on, Mu Jiang nodded to accept. Qiu Yan suddenly started charging. He was fast, to say the least. The power of martial arts was all around his body, but there was a faint flame bursting out. Apparently, he had double cultivation in martial arts and sorcery was the major. Mu Jiang seemed indifferent. He just stood still and waited. The masters of Qingzhou Academy saw the danger coming. Mu Jiang was calm, to the point where he seemed to prepared for the attack. Qiu Yan was approaching his opponent fast. The fire element power around him became frenzied, and turned into lotuses. The lotuses burned the air with a sizzling sound. Suddenly, the snow from the ground gathered around the body of Mu Jiang. His body was covered with snow, looking almost as if he was frozen. The attack from Qiu Yan landed. The flaming lotuses suddenly burst into an ocean of fire, engulfing Mu Jiang's body completely. This made the students of Qingzhou Academy really excited, as such a powerful attack from a mage of the highest awakening plane could destroy anyone who dared to take them without evading. However, the excitement ended in seconds. A freezing breath permeated through the flames and drove them away from Mu Jiang. Soon after, people found that Qiu Yan's hands were frozen, and that the ice was traveling up his body. What the? He's frozen. People in Qingzhou Academy soon realized that Mu Jiang was a water element mage. He countered Qiu Yan's element. Qiu Yan was now trembling with frostbite. Half of his body was already frozen, and the other half was soon to be as well. In fact, he could be entirely encased in ice in seconds. "Stop!" a master of Qingzhou Academy yelled. Mu Jiang listened to the command and stopped. He reached his hand out to pat the head of Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan fell to the ground, entirely immobilized. People from the Qingzhou group soon took him to the medical room. His life had been endangered by the frostbite already. He just attacked without a backup plan, not even knowing the elemental attributes of his opponent. "Is that what your masters teach you to do, losers?" Mu Jiang was still peaceful and arrogant. He returned back to the group once he finished speaking. People in Qingzhou Academy were chilled by his power, as they seldom saw a mage that was able to freeze another mage at only the awakening plane level. Once Mu Jiang was back in his group, another young man stepped forward. His eyes were as sharp as the sword on his back. He was apparently a powerful swordsman. "Eighth awakening plane," he began saying. He was too lazy to say his name. He was more arrogant than Mu Jiang. "I'll accept the challenge," someone responded. "Wow, it's Senior Li Qingshan." People held high expectations for the responder. Li Qingshan had ranked third on the list of excellence for the spring quarter exam this year. He was now cultivating in the Hall of the Sword. "I'll take you down with only 3 strikes, the young man from Haiyan Academy bragged. "What a presumptuous bastard." Li Qingshan was angry. "Please." Li Qingshan unsheathed his sword. It whistled through the air. The power of the sword was a specific martial arts power, and a great one at that. The spiritual qi in the universe was condensed into the sword to attack the enemy. This power was not less than the element power of a mage. The attack from a swordsman would be terrifying. Li Qingshan had learned his lesson from Qiu Yan. He remained cautious and still. However, the young man began to laugh. He said, "So obedient." Right after he spoke, he charged towards Li Qingshan. He was almost as fast as the wind, so fast that the snow covering the ground was disturbed by his speed. "Be careful, he's a wind element mage." The Qingzhou Academy group was shocked. A wind element mage with sword cultivation would be dangerous. Li Qingshan looked serious about this attack. He was anticipating the attack, and countered it in a moment with a lightning-fast strike. His enemy was faster, however. The sword took a curve around his body with the wind element power, so fast that Li Qingshan could not even detect its direction. Li Qingshan's sword began shaking to condense its power. Soon, Li Qingshan took his first strike at his enemy. However, his opponent dodged the attack quickly, sidestepping the blade. "Senior." People were really nervous about the situation on the battlefield, as the combat between the two swordsmen could be life-threatening to both of them. Li Qingshan directed the power of the sword to his left palm and used its power to block the attack from his side. His enemy used the same tactic again, and rushed behind him for a strike he could never anticipate. The sword was swung, and Li Qingshan fell down with a shriek. His back was severely wounded by the blade. It would not stop bleeding. "Third strike it is." His enemy sheathed his sword and went back to his group. The people of Qingzhou Academy now felt even worse because they now knew that Haiyan Academy had sent some compelling figures to cause serious trouble this time. To be honest, it's a waste of time if the students of Qingzhou Academy keep performing so poorly like this. Another young man came forward from the Haiyan group. His complexion was bright and his eyes were shining with arrogance. His ego could be sensed by everyone there. "Hey, why do you want to waste your time on these losers?" someone behind him asked. He shook his head and answered, "I am here to make sure these losers know how horrible they are." I am in the 7th awakening plane, the mystery, and I will accept challenges from students in any awakening plane. The students of Qingzhou Academy were shocked. This guy was only in the mystery plane, yet he was asking for challenges regardless of plane limitation. How arrogant was that? I'll challenge you, Yang Xiu responded. He had been humiliated during the fall quarter exam. He needed to prove himself again. I'll challenge you as well. Some other people also responded and stepped forward. The young man took a glance at them and said, "Bring it on all at once, you fools." Right after he spoke, he stomped hard on the ground, and the snow was removed by the aftershock. A pattern began to show up on the ground. The challengers began their attacks, but the young man seemed to ignore them. He kept stomping, and more complicated patterns appeared on the ground, with ancient letters engraved on them. That's a matrix. The big chiefs of Qingzhou Academy were in awe of this young man. In fact, he looked like he was not even 15 yet. He looked too young to build a matrix, let alone build one this fast. The spiritual chi was now centering on the middle of this matrix. The young man was standing on the powerful matrix, looking at the opponents with contempt. The challengers began to realize something was wrong, but it was already too late. They looked at each other, then launched their attacks together. Seeing the incoming attacks, the young man did nothing but laugh. He soon responded to the attacks, another matrix showing up behind his body. His body was now radiant with the glow from this new matrix, surrounded by the power of fire. "Go, pythons," he commanded. All of a sudden, giant flaming pythons rushed out of the matrix behind him and began attacking the enemy. In fact, the flame python summoned by Yang Xiu was so small and weak compared to the giant monsters that the challengers could not hold off the attack for even a moment. The director of the Hall of Water Element stepped out and cast a spell. The temperature dropped, and a freezing bite attacked the giant flaming pythons. They quickly dissipated in the snowstorms summoned by the director. The challengers were now lying on the ground, injured and in pain. They could have died if not for the snowstorms summoned by the director. "Oh my gosh, he's a mandate sorcerer." The director looked shocked. But it was the truth. This young man who wasn't even 15 years old was a mandate sorcerer. Chapter 23, Mandate Sorcerer, the students of Qingzhou Academy discussed in shock. That formation, it was a life spirit, no wonder he was able to create the matrix so quickly. Mandate Sorcerer, the students of Qingzhou Academy discussed in shock. That formation, it was a life spirit, no wonder he was able to create the matrix so quickly. This young fellow was not even 15 years old, yet his matrix was so powerful that it could be a threat even to aces in the 9th awakening plane, the Unmaker plane. Qingzhou Academy students were feeling threatened. With the two people before, they could still confidently say that Qingzhou Academy had students who were able to stand up to them, but with this fellow, it would be difficult to find someone on his level. "I heard that your academy just had fall quarter examinations. Who took first place?" the youth asked arrogantly. He did not even spare a glance at the students, they were not good enough to be his opponents. He stared straight at the important figures of Qingzhou Academy. "Morong Qiu," someone answered him. Everyone immediately shifted their gaze towards Morong Qiu, but his fellow schoolmates did not hold high hopes for him. Even though he came in first during the exams, everyone knew that Yu Sheng and Hua Jieyu were both much stronger than him. Morong Qiu had no confidence in himself either. Everyone was looking at him, but he just stood there having no intentions of stepping up. Even Qiu Yan, who had been defeated earlier, was more capable than Morong Qiu. The important figures of Qingzhou Academy were also watching Morong Qiu, but they were quickly disappointed when it became clear that he was not going to participate in the duel. Yu Sheng, Cabinet Master Ling Qingfeng of the House of Swordsmen, called out. It was rumored that Yu Sheng had broken into the Unmaker plane not long ago. Plus, Ling Qingfeng had already witnessed his power at the fall quarter examinations. To have him battle increased their chance of victory. Yu Sheng glanced at Ling Qingfeng once and did nothing. He did not move, nor give a response. His expression was as cold as ice, it was like a silent protest. Seems like Yu Sheng is still pissed. I don't think he plans on fighting, someone said. Everyone shuddered at the expression on Yusheng's face. Not once did they think Yusheng was afraid of fighting like they thought Murong Qiu was. They felt that he was unwilling. In the past 2 months, Murong Qiu had become an official disciple. Even Yang Xiu joined the School of Divination Arts but not Yusheng. No matter how many times the schools of martial arts and divination arts tried to recruit him, he never once accepted. Qingzhou Academy knew exactly why. It had something to do with the ban they had placed on a certain student. They knew this made Yusheng very angry. Some people even hypothesized that as long as the ban existed, Yusheng might ever choose to leave the academy altogether. The higher-ups of Qingzhou Academy had argued over this topic many times, but there were still some individuals that refused to give in and lift the ban. It was because of this that Yusheng refused to battle, even if the academy's reputation was on the line. In Yusheng's eyes, the academy's punishment on Yi Futian was incredibly insulting. Until the academy was able to provide him with a satisfying result, Yusheng was unwilling to do anything for the academy. Ling Qingfeng was furious upon seeing Yusheng's reaction, but his anger was not directed at Yusheng. It was directed at Shizhong. He was extremely ticked off as he looked over at Shizhong. It was Qingzhou Academy that was in the wrong for being unjust. He had no right to punish Yi Futian for the way he had questioned the academy. Yusheng is still angry about what happened to you, said Feng Qingxue after witnessing this scene. Yi Futian nodded in agreement. Of course he knew how stubborn Yusheng was. If the academy had punished Yusheng, Yusheng would not have cared one bit, but because it had been Yi Futian, Yusheng was bound to hold a grudge. There was no way he would stand up for the academy. Yi Futian would do the same if it had been Yusheng who had been punished. Feng Qingxue was disappointed. If Yusheng was not going to forgive the academy, there was a slim chance of him forgiving her. Is Hua Jieyu here? Asked one of the school's leaders. Everyone looked around in search of her. One part of the crowd moved to make a path for Hua Jieyu. With something big like this happening at Qingzhou Academy, it did not take long for Hua Jieyu to find out. She had to have come. So beautiful, said the fellow from Haiyan Academy. His eyes glistened at the sight of such a beauty. Hua Jieyu, looks like it's up to you, said the school leader from before. All of Qingzhou Academy anticipated her reaction. In 3 years, no one had ever seen Hua Jieyu in action. Would she be able to defeat this genius from Haiyan Academy? How can I possibly fight such a beautiful lady? The prideful youth was smiling as he looked at Hua Jieyu. We're not too familiar with the city of Qingzhou, why don't you keep us company, beautiful? I can let Qingzhou Academy off the hook for today. Hearing his words, his companions from Haiyan Academy began to laugh. Someone chimed in, junior brother has a point. Being accompanied by a beauty is a great thing. It could turn into a beautiful story for both academies. How presumptuous, said someone from Qingzhou Academy. This group of assholes, everyone from Qingzhou Academy joined together to curse at their rivals. They were furious. Hua Jieyu was the perfect being to all of them and she was now being insulted by these jackasses from Haiyan Academy. Shut up, you group of losers. If you don't like the things we say then come stand up to us, said the young fellow. He was dripping with pride. The students of Qingzhou Academy felt deeply insulted but they knew that they could not fight against him. On the other hand, Hua Jieyu seemed to be at peace. She did not step up like the elders had hoped she would. She smiled and turned, her gaze falling on a certain someone. It was Yi Futian. Not only did she see Yi Futian, she also took notice of Feng Qingxue beside him. She smiled and said softly to Yi Futian, they're picking on me. When she turned toward Yi Futian, everyone was confused. The moment she spoke to him, their hearts broke. They're picking on me. It was such a gentle voice. Their perfect goddess was whining so cutely to Yi Futian. It was a cute, flirtatious whine. If she had said this to any of them, they would have fought to their deaths, but her words were sadly not for any of them. My heart hurts, someone said. Everyone saw Feng Qingxue standing beside Yi Futian. First he had teased senior sister Qin Yi. Now, He was with Feng Qingxue. He was surrounded by so many beauties. Why him? Feng Qingxue was shocked by Hua Jieyu's words. Feeling the countless pairs of eyes on herself, Feng Qingxue lowered her head and began to pick at the corner of her clothes. This was Hua Jieyu that she was up against. Yi Futian could feel all the gazes on him. He rubbed his forehead. It really was impossible for him to keep a low profile. Everyone from Haiyan Academy looked at him as well. They were trying to figure out what made Yi Futian so special that a beauty like Hua Jieyu would act that way towards him. Yi Futian took a step forward. The people of Qingzhou Academy thought that he was really going to try his best to stand up for Hua Jieyu, but then again, any of them would have done the same had they been in his shoes. However, their results would probably have been much worse. The prideful youth watched Yi Futian's figure. The corners of his lips lifted in a smirk as he said, "I think it would be best for you to rethink your choice. Standing up for a girl, how corny. You better be prepared for the consequences." Yi Futian pretended not to hear him and said, "First, slap yourself a couple times and then apologize. Maybe after that I'll decide to let you guys leave Qingzhou Academy unscathed." This. Everyone's eyes widened. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Even if you were trying to stand up for a girl you liked, you didn't have to be so arrogant. When he was completely defeated by their rivals, all of Qingzhou Academy was going to look so bad. The hearts of the Qingzhou students continued to ache. How could a person like this get a girl like Hua Jieyu? What was wrong with the world? Even the important figures of the academy could not bear to listen to Yi Futian. This rascal was exaggerating a little too much. Even though his gifts were not bad, his opponent was a mandate sorcerer. And if I refuse? The prideful youth was looking at Yi Futian as if he were a moron. There was definitely something wrong inside this guy's head. Well then. Yi Futian took another step forward. Everyone was still watching him. Just when they thought he was about to make a move, Yi Futian called out loudly, "Yu Sheng." Dead silence. Wide-eyed, everyone continued to stare at Yi Futian. This was so like Yi Futian. Even Hua Jieyu was wide-eyed. This was embarrassing for her. The ground shook, snow flew around on the ground as Yu Sheng's large body approached the center of the crowd. His arrival was a threat in itself. It did not matter whether you liked Yu Sheng or not, there was no way you could deny that he was a natural-born warrior. The expressions on some of the faces from Haiyan Academy darkened upon Yu Sheng's arrival. Just from his aura one would feel suffocated by his power. He was definitely stronger than any of the other Qingzhou Academy students. The important figures of Qingzhou Academy felt embarrassed. They could not get Yu Sheng to budge, yet 2 simple words from Yi Futian had been enough. It was really a slap in the face for them, but at the same time, they were relieved that he was finally stepping up for battle. Yu Sheng looked at Hua Jieyu and said, "Leave it to me, sis-in-law." Ha! Everyone was confused. Smart guy. Yi Futian complimented him in his mind. Yu Sheng had changed, he had become so understanding. Yu Sheng pointed at the prideful fellow from Haiyan Academy and said emotionlessly, "Scram. Let someone of a higher level come out. I don't want people to say that I pick on the weak. He's so cool." Everyone from Qingzhou Academy complimented him. This was crazy. Not long ago, someone else had also done something crazy like this, but everyone had thought it was embarrassing. It was the complete opposite with Yu Sheng. A shameless jerk like Yi Futian could never compare to Yu Sheng. Chapter 24, Yun Tianhao was mad. He was already arrogant enough about being a mandate sorcerer that he didn't expect there to be someone more arrogant than him. Yun Tianhao was mad. He was already arrogant enough about being a mandate sorcerer that he didn't expect there to be someone more arrogant than him. However, the truth was, these 2 new challengers were the source of this feeling. "Fools," Yun Tianhao spoke in a cold voice. The spiritual qi started to surround his body, but Mu Jiang stepped up and stopped him. "Let me take care of him," Mu Jiang said. He then moved directly towards Yu Sheng to challenge him. He faintly felt that Yu Sheng was a threat, and he wanted to take matters into his own hands to prevent Yun Tianhao from a sudden failure. Yun Tianhao was the pride of Haiyan Academy, and they couldn't afford to lose this pride. Sure, take him down for me, Yun Tianhao nodded and stepped back. Mu Jiang started to control the frost energy from his surroundings, and he vibrated with all the power around him. Yu Sheng, make sure he has to be carried out. Yi Futian was mad about being called a fool by Yun Tianhao. Of course, Yu Sheng nodded, then stepped forward firmly. The earth was shaking from his sheer strength. Mu Jiang stared at the huge guy in front of him and started to get concerned. He could feel a horrifying mass of coldness flowing in front of him, forming a storm to attack his enemy. Yu Sheng stomped the ground and started to attack. Mu Jiang also initiated his spell. All of a sudden, an ice storm appeared out of nowhere, and Yu Sheng's body was covered with frost. Mu Jiang was trying to confine his enemy by trapping him in a prison of ice. That was the spell, ice imprisonment. Look how powerful he is. People noticed that the ice on Yu Sheng's body was growing thicker. Mu Jiang was still in the plane of awakening, but he could already convey ice imprisonment without physical contact. This ability usually belonged to those in the glory plane. However, a golden glow burst out of Yu Sheng's body, and suddenly, the ice shell started to shatter. He now looked like the Almighty in this golden glow, and he was unstoppable as he reached closer to Mu Jiang. Imprison him! Mu Jiang shouted, and another, stronger, ice storm burst out from his body. Yu Sheng was engulfed by the storm in a second. Qiu Yan had been defeated by the same tactic. Yu Sheng was not affected at all. He got rid of the ice on his body by merely shaking his hand. A golden glow flowed down his arm. Mu Jiang tried to retreat. As a mage, when he led a warrior into his melee range and failed to attack, he could do nothing but retreat. Unfortunately, he was just not fast enough. Yu Sheng's hand had already clamped onto his neck, and Mu Jiang's entire body was lifted into the air. People were in awe to see that Yu Sheng did this with such ease. Let him go, Yu Tianhao shouted at Yu Sheng. However, Yu Sheng ignored his words. He threw Mu Jiang to the ground and smashed his whole body. After a booming noise, Mu Jiang was screaming in extreme pain, and it sounded like his bones had been shattered. Futian wanted the guy to be lifted out, so he obviously couldn't be allowed to walk. People were awestruck and fell silent. All eyes were drawn to the young man who was just as strong as the Almighty himself. That is some real power. The Qingzhou Academy students felt excited. So hot, some girls exclaimed. Mu Jiang, one of the arrogant intruders from Haiyan Academy who had defeated Qiu Yan in a second and intimidated Murong Qiu, the first-place student in the fall quarter exam, had just lost to Yu Sheng in such an embarrassing way. He was smashed with one hand. What an overbearing gesture Yu Sheng had made. Yu Sheng is going to attend my college. Whoever tries to take him away is going to be my enemy, for sure. The director of the College of Martial Arts glanced at the other directors around him. He liked this young man so much that he believed he was meant to go to his college. So count me as your enemy. I want him. The director of the Hall of Metal Element ignored his threat. He also believed that Yu Sheng would be a perfect student. Yi Futian seemed to be the only one that was not shocked by Yu Sheng's performance. In fact, Yu Sheng had been able to defeat those who were even in the higher planes of cultivation. Who else? After seeing the Haiyan Academy medical team take Mu Jiang away, Yu Sheng began to invite challengers again pridefully. Yun Tianhao was going to step up, but right at that moment, a hand landed on his shoulder and stopped him. The head of Haiyan Academy Group, the man with eagle eyes, had keenly perceived the immeasurable power of Yu Sheng. He had told Mu Jiang to challenge Yu Sheng and test his power. Now he had the answer. He just could not risk the future of Yun Tianhao. Even though Yun Tianhao was a mandate sorcerer and able to defeat those in higher planes of cultivation, Yu Sheng was a monster. Even a powerful mage like Yun Tianhao did not have a 100% chance of winning against him. Okay, we concede, the eagle-eyed leader said. Yun Tianhao felt reluctant to concede, but did not say anything. Then get out of here, a director at Qingzhou Academy uttered. We only lost one after you had lost three. You have thousands of students in the Plains of Awakening in your academy, but only one of them can fight, the eagle-eyed leader taunted them. At least that one's enough to sweep you all, Yuxing responded. You arrogant fool, Yun Tianhao said angrily. If I ever reach the 9th plane of awakening, you will bow down to my power. Seriously, who allowed challenges regardless of planes? What now? You want to change your mind? Yi Futian asked sarcastically. Yun Tianhao glanced at Yi Futian and said, if you want to challenge me, just step up and fight. Otherwise, stay a coward and shut up. People were now looking at Yi Futian. They didn't believe he was as powerful as Yusheng, so he was going to humiliate himself. Yi Futian frowned a little at the provocation. He laughed at the words, be a coward, and then stepped forward. This humiliation would not be tolerated. Yusheng! Yi Futian yelled. Yep, Yusheng responded. It's my turn. Yi Futian stepped forward. Suddenly, Yusheng started laughing and pointing at Yun Tianhao and said, this one's for you. Actually, he had let Yun Tianhao stay in the arena intentionally for Yi Futian to show off. However, why did he believe that Yi Futian would win? Besides, how dare Yi Futian challenge the pride of Haiyan Academy? The students had witnessed in person how powerful Yun Tianhao was. He was a mandate sorcerer who specialized in matrices, and he had defeated multiple challengers with only one strike from his matrix. Yi Futian continued stepping forward until he was standing in the middle of the arena. Feng Qingxue looked at him, and she experienced a moment of déjà vu. The exact same thing had happened during the fall quarter exam. He had been the underdog of all the students, but he had ultimately defeated Ling Xiao and Yang Xiu, the top-ranked students. However, he was now challenging someone even more powerful, a mandate sorcerer from Haiyan Academy and the pride of all the students there. Yi Futian made a peaceful introduction. I am in the 7th plane of awakening, the mystery. Only 7? Yun Tianhao was surprised for a moment, then responded, you are too weak to challenge me. He had a strong enough talent to say that. After all, he was a mandate sorcerer who had never lost a challenge from anyone in the same plane or lower. I feel the same way about you, but since you're asking for it, I'll give you the humiliation you deserve. Yi Futian peacefully conversed with him. I don't mind if you take the challenge or not. All of you can take this challenge. You can take me on one-on-one, or you can take me on all at once. What the? The Qingzhou Academy students were shocked. He didn't have to show off in such a dangerous way, did he? Yi Futian had repeated the intruder's own words. But, what if he lost? The students of Qingzhou Academy dared not think further. That's not funny at all. Yun Tianhao believed that Yi Futian was imitating him to mock him. Words are just words. Now you're the one acting like a coward, Yi Futian kept speaking, with an odd sense of confidence. He had his hands in his pockets and looked like he despised all of the Haiyan Academy group. Yun Tianhao was incredibly mad at this gesture. He had never seen anyone act so arrogantly in front of him. However, he had seen 2 arrogant fools today, and the one talking now was only in the 7th plane of awakening. How dare he talk like that to a mandate sorcerer? I'll take him on. The swordsman who had defeated Li Qingshan with 3 strikes stepped up. Yun Tianhao nodded and backed down. Take him down. Remember, never let him forget this fear. For sure, I will. The swordsman unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Yi Futian. 3 strikes, no more, no less. He had made the same statement before while defeating Li Qingshan. I don't need 3. You'll be down after 1 strike, Yi Futian said calmly. The students of Qingzhou Academy were already used to his arrogance. They were just curious as to how this would eventually end. The swordsman started laughing, and wind gathered over his body. He had specialized in both sorcery and martial arts, and was in the 8th plane of awakening, the metamorph. How could he ever lose to a cultivator in the 7th plane of awakening? The swordsman took the form of a shadow and disappeared. Snow was raging, and the attack was initiated. At the same time, Yi Futian closed his eyes. The students of Qingzhou Academy were dumbfounded. Had he lost his mind? He had just closed his eyes while facing an imminent attack. Even though most of the students hated Yi Futian, they didn't actually want to see him die. They had had a faint hope that this guy would save the pride of their academy, but it seemed that Yi Futian had just given up. Thunder started gathering around Yi Futian's body, and a roaring sound burst out of him. The sound was almost like a dragon. He stayed still and let his power take care of the fight. The blade was fast approaching his neck. However, Yi Futian seemed to be ignoring this attack. His eyes were still closed, and his body had not even moved an inch. The blade came within inches of Yi Futian without actually hurting him. This attack was a diversionary attempt to draw away his attention, but Yi Futian just didn't move at all. Die, you fool! The swordsman was agitated by Yi Futian. He had been counting on him to flinch and move to the side so that he could make the second attack, which was solid. However, the arrogance of Yi Futian made him change his mind. Now, the blade was rushing right toward Yi Futian's throat. Right before the blade touched his throat, Yi Futian started moving. He turned a little bit to his left, so subtly that the sword came through the air in front of his face. The audience was holding their breath at this evasion. How had he done that? Was it a reaction or merely luck? The swordsman frowned. His attack combo had been changed, and there was no way he could further adjust his attacks. In other words, he could no longer win this fight. However, right after Yi Futian turned away, his hand reached for the neck of his opponent. A thunder dragon was roaring and burst out of Yi Futian's palm. The dragon wrapped around the neck of swordsman and lifted his body into the air. Seriously? People were shocked by what they saw. Yi Futian had not touched his opponent at all, but he was in complete control of the thunder dragon that was totally overtaking the swordsman. Chapter 25, The Hand of the Dragon. From the release of the Dragon Power Book of Battle Tactics, formed from the artistic conception of martial arts, said someone in the crowd. The Hand of the Dragon. From the release of the Dragon Power Book of Battle Tactics, formed from the artistic conception of martial arts, said someone in the crowd. The elders shuddered. Having the artistic conception of martial arts meant that sorcery had started blooming outside of his body. Cultivators in the Unmaker plane were able to do this, but nobody expected Yi Futian, who was 2 planes behind, in the mystery plane, to be able to do this as well. What was even more shocking was the fact that he was using the Hand of the Dragon. At that moment, many people were reminded of the fall quarter examinations when Yi Futian defeated Ling Xiao and Yang Xiu with great ease. It seemed now that Yi Futian did not give it his all. He stepped off the battlefield and made Yusheng fight. This seemingly shameless move was not because he was afraid, but because he wanted to let Yusheng shine. It was also because of this that Yi Futian reacted the way he had when it was announced that Murong Qiu had gotten first place over Yusheng. Almost everyone had underestimated Yi Futian. Yi Futian took a look at the young swordsman in training who had fallen into the grasp of the Hand of the Dragon and spoke lightly. Haiyan Academy came so far to pick a fight, but is this all you guys have? All the disciples of Qingzhou Academy looked at Yi Futian. Even though he was still being as pretentious as always, it did not bother them as much as usual. After the 3 previous losses, Qingzhou Academy was utterly humiliated. Now, they were going to gain back some honor with the help of Yusheng and Yi Futian. The young swordsman gave Yi Futian a dead stare. He still could not understand how Yi Futian managed to have such quick reflexes despite having his eyes closed. Next, shouted Yi Futian. The loud roar of a dragon accompanied the movement of his arm. With one quick, simple swipe, the young man was thrown back into the group of his peers from Haiyan Academy. Nobody in that group looked too good. They had sent out 3 people and gotten 3 consecutive wins, but now, 2 of those 3 people had been defeated in the blink of an eye. If this was the result they left with after having come such a long way, it would be really embarrassing. Yun Tianhao stepped up, looking more serious than before. He looked at Yi Futian and said, "You're worthy enough for me to step in personally." Worthy enough? Yi Futian looked at him in disbelief. Yun Tianhao was more arrogant than Yi Futian. Make your move, said Yun Tianhao. You should make the first move. If I go first you won't have a chance to do anything. After hearing Yi Futian say this, Yun Tianhao's expression darkened. He then released his life spirit and took a step forward, a matrix forming underneath him. It was a fire matrix, able to endlessly absorb the world's fire elemental spiritual qi. Frightening fire boas revolved around the matrix. Yun Tianhao stood at the center pompously. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of a mandate sorcerer, asked Yun Tianhao. As he finished speaking, a fire boa broke free from the matrix and raged toward Yi Futian. Everyone from Qingzhou Academy had a change in expression. Yun Tianhao was able to control his sorcery outside of his body in the awakening plane. What's more, his spells were very powerful, perhaps even one of the most powerful in the awakening plane. Despite what everyone thought about Yun Tianhao's powers, Yi Futian walked up to the fierce fire boa nonchalantly. No matter how strong Yi Futian was, wasn't he being a little too cocky disregarding its powers? The fire boa approached, ready to engulf Yi Futian in flames. There seemed to be something clutched in his hands, and the next moment a force enveloped Yi Futian. Lightning and thunder surrounded him. When it collided with the fire boa, they both dissipated into the air. It's a spell scroll, said someone in the audience. Shameless, how can he use spell scrolls in a battle? The people of Haiyan Academy complained. Yun Tianhao continued to control his matrix, more fire boas danced through the air and charged at Yi Futian. Yi Futian charged head-on at the boas with multiple spell scrolls in his hand. With a sly smile on his face, he threw the scrolls into the air, and more of the boas disappeared in the cloud of lightning. Yun Tianhao growled in anger and continued to manipulate the matrix. More and more fire boas appeared in a frenzy. Suddenly, Yi Futian was holding a handful of scrolls on each side. People from both academies were dumbfounded. I guess that's one way to go about the situation. Stop. Yun Tianhao was not impressed. Yi Futian stopped what he was doing and looked at Yun Tianhao, who was still standing in the middle of the matrix. You finally realize that you can't beat me and want to give up? Yun Tianhao had no words for Yi Futian. He stared at the spell scrolls in Yi Futian's hands and felt an urge to curse him out. Was this even a battle? How could Yi Futian be so shameless? How were they supposed to have a fair fight when he had fistfuls of top-grade spell scrolls? How did Yi Futian even have the nerve to ask if Yun Tianhao wanted to give up because he was unbeatable? As a disciple of Qingzhou Academy, don't you think it's disgraceful to use spell scrolls in a battle? Asked the eagle-eyed leader from Haiyan Academy. He could no longer stand what Yi Futian was doing. Others from Qingzhou Academy felt ashamed of Yi Futian. Their opinion of him had changed not long ago, but now they realized that he truly was just shameless. However, Yi Futian did not seem to notice anything wrong. He remained arrogant as he stared at the eagle-eyed leader. If he can use a matrix in a battle, why can't I use spell scrolls? If you guys know that you can't win, then just leave. Stop throwing a tantrum. He created the matrix himself. It's one of his abilities, so of course he's allowed to use it in battle, reasoned the eagle-eyed leader. Well, I also inscribed these spell scrolls myself, so it's part of my abilities as well. If he can use a matrix, then why can't I use spell scrolls? Yi Futian retorted. Eagle-eye's expression darkened, he was speechless. Yi Futian's shamelessness was on a different level. The people of Qingzhou Academy were dumbfounded. Had he just said that he had inscribed the spell scrolls? How could a 7th plane cultivator in Awakening produce top-grade spell scrolls such as those? Wasn't Yi Futian exaggerating a little too much? Yun Tianhao had also created a top-grade matrix, but it was because he was a mandate sorcerer. His life spirit was the matrix. It wouldn't matter if you did personally inscribe those spell scrolls. I created my matrix during the battle, but you came onto the battlefield with pre-inscribed spell scrolls. How could these be comparable? Said Yun Tianhao. He thought that Yi Futian was simply spewing nonsense. Since you won't admit defeat, I'll just have to continue to fight you until you accept it, Yi Futian spoke lightly. He then turned to the elders of Qingzhou Academy. "Will you please ready a pencil and some scroll paper for me?" The higher-ups were surprised. Was Yi Futian planning to inscribe spell scrolls during battle? "I'll get them for you," an elder responded and departed quickly. The audience was discussing quietly amongst themselves as they all studied Yi Futian. Could he really be an inscriber? Did he really inscribe all the spell scrolls he used earlier? If what he said was true, then Yi Futian really was gifted beyond belief. A short while later, the elder reappeared and handed a pencil as well as a stack of scroll papers to Yi Futian. "Thank you very much." Yi Futian thanked him and began to lay out the papers in front of himself. What is he doing? Everyone wanted to know. Inscribing spell scrolls was just like creating a matrix, you needed time. Yun Tianhao was a mandate sorcerer who possessed a matrix for his life spirit, so he was able to create the matrix quickly, and was able to use it immediately in battle. Even if Yi Futian really was an inscriber, he wouldn't be able to mimic Yun Tianhao's speed and efficiency, would he? If the opponent attacked with their matrix before you could finish inscribing your spell scroll, you would be as good as dead. However, it seemed that Yi Futian wanted to challenge the impossible. Many people turned very serious. Although Yi Futian was shameless, his capabilities were not something people doubted anymore. Is he mocking me? Yun Tianhao was furious when he saw Yi Futian laying out the papers. Even if he was an inscriber, to do so while in battle with a mandate sorcerer using a matrix was a form of mockery. "You may begin," said Yi Futian. He held on to his pencil calmly. He was being serious, it was as if a holy light was emitting from his person. This made people want to believe in him. It seemed like he was born with this aura around him. Yun Tianhao took a step forward and released his life spirit once again. This time, it was no longer a fire matrix, but an ice matrix. The water elemental spiritual qi in the surrounding area began to be absorbed into the matrix. From there, it cooled into ice. A blizzard began where Yun Tianhao stood. He was in a world of ice and snow all by his own doing. One could feel the freezing temperatures from far away. Because his life spirit is the matrix, he is able to control all elements. His matrix is able to absorb all the different elements. "He's too powerful," said someone from Qingzhou Academy. Even though the two schools were rivals, the elders of Qingzhou Academy could not help but be envious of Yun Tianhao's gift. He was truly a genius. No wonder Haiyan Academy had brought him here to gloat. Even so, the young man whom Qingzhou Academy placed a ban on was facing Yun Tianhao fearlessly. Yi Futian sat on the ground, covered in snow, and inscribed his scrolls quietly. He created his strokes at the speed of lightning. The pencil danced across the paper like a dragon in the sky. Lightning spiritual qi flooded into the pencil in his hand. The bright lightning shone from the pencil. At that moment, Yun Tianhao made his move. A long icicle broke free from the matrix. "Watch out!" screamed out many concerned onlookers. Despite their warnings, Yi Futian kept his head now and continued inscribing the scrolls. With every stroke, lightning flashed. In just a moment, a curtain of lightning appeared in front of him, stopping the icicle headed his way. The icicle fell to the ground and shattered. "A defense spell, lightning shield," said someone in the crowd. Many people knew what spell Yi Futian had used. He was able to use this spell to defend against his opponent's attacks. The ice on the ground cracked loudly. The spiritual qi continued to flow into the matrix. Upon the completion of the matrix, Yun Tianhao raised both of his hands, controlling the icy world around him. "Gio!" yelled Yun Tianhao. At his command, countless icicles flew towards Yi Futian relentlessly. Finished. Yi Futian completed his final stroke and lifted his pencil. The scroll followed the pencil and was lifted into the air. Once again, the lightning shield appeared and destroyed the attacking icicles. Yi Futian had still not lifted his head. He was inscribing another scroll. The movements of his arms were extremely fluid. Coupled with his good looks, he had the female disciples swooning. Who knew he was this powerful? Feng Qingxue kept her eyes on the young man sitting in the snow. She felt a slight sadness in her heart. She did not know why she felt this way. Yi Futian had just started to showcase his talents, yet it was already obvious that his gifts were unparalleled by that of any other. Chapter 26. The big chiefs of Qingzhou Academy were staring at Yi Futian, almost as if they were looking at a monster. The big chiefs of Qingzhou Academy were staring at Yi Futian, almost as if they were looking at a monster. He could inscribe the scrolls so quickly that it was definitely important. It meant that this boy possessed an insane control over the perception of spiritual qi. Therefore, even without the scrolls, he was still able to initiate spells that were above his level and plane. Looks like we missed someone on the list of excellence for the fall quarter exam, and this guy is now on probation. Anyone mind explaining that? The director of the Hall of Thunder Element questioned these decisions, giving Shi Zhong a cold glance. Shi Zhong looked really awkward. Yu Sheng had been so powerful in the previous battles, while Murong Qiu had been wholly intimidated by the enemies. Yi Futian just made Shi Zhong's situation worse with his talents. Yi Futian kept inscribing with absolute focus. Yun Tianhao, however, was mad. His matrix had no advantage against the inscriptions and it was humiliating. Yun Tianhao initiated spell attacks continuously. In fact, a lot of them were actually over the plane of awakening level. Yi Futian seemed to be unaffected by the attacks. He blocked every attack from Yun Tianhao with a swing of his inscribing pen and kept working on the scrolls. Soon, another scroll was coming into form. He finally finished the scroll and laughed slightly. At the moment he dropped his pen, a horrifying thunderstorm burst out of the scroll, roaring towards Yun Tianhao. Frost barrier. Yun Tianhao sealed his body with the frost he had summoned. He almost looked like an ice sculpture. Frost barrier was the top-level water element defense spell in the Plains of Awakening. The thunderstorm was raging down from the sky. However, rather than attacking the frost barrier, it was the matrix under Yun Tianhao that was the focus of this attack. The patterns of the matrix were being scraped and destroyed. Be careful. He's aiming for your matrix, someone from Haiyan Academy tried to alert Yun Tianhao. At the same time, Yi Futian stood up. He charged toward Yun Tianhao like the wind. He was so fast that Yun Tianhao had no time to defend himself with his matrix. Yun Tianhao stood up straight. Coldness flowed around him, absorbing the power of the universe, and he was turning his own body into a matrix to generate spells. All the space around him began to freeze. His hair began to turn gray and white, along with his eyebrows. He looked directly at Yi Futian as frost condensed into sharp lances right in front of his body. Die! Yun Tianhao had lost his mind. He had decided to kill his opponent, and the frost lances were aimed at Yi Futian's heart. However, at the same time, a flame burst in front of Yi Futian. Soon, countless flames suddenly started to appear. Grand Meteor? The people of Qingzhou Academy were confused. The Grand Meteor was, in fact, the most basic spell of all attacks and its power was truly limited. The question was, where did it come from? Had Yi Futian controlled the fire element power in the same space to initiate that? It was impossible, because it required the level of elemental power perception that did not belong to a cultivator in the plane of awakening level. He was at the highest level of martial arts power perception and thunder element power perception. People were now reminded of his talents in power perception. In fact, they now believed that he also possessed talent in fire element power perception, which could be at the highest level as well. Of course, the Grand Meteor did not serve as an attack. Yun Tianhao briefly lifted his hand, and his frost engulfed all of the flames in front of him. However, more flames were flying around his field of view. He suddenly realized that Yi Futian was blocking his sight with the flames and approaching him. Yun Tianhao considered this distraction useless. He was ready for any possible attacks. Suddenly, Yi Futian bolted to his side. At that moment, Yun Tianhao shouted with extreme anger. All of the frost lances floating in front of his body rushed at Yi Futian without any hesitation. While he attacked, Yi Futian's entire body was bathed in fire, and he almost looked as if he was glowing like the sun. All of the frost lances melted and vaporized the moment they reached his body. Yi Futian's body was more than a furnace that evaporated all coldness. Water elements could counter fire elements in a fight. However, when the flame was hot enough, it worked the other way. No! Tianhao, go back, the eagle-eyed leader yelled at Yun Tianhao. However, Yi Futian was just too fast. His body pounced into the air. Then he rushed at Yun Tianhao with all the flames around him, like a roaring fire dragon. A fire dragon seemed to possess Yi Futian's body during this attack. All the frost defense was gone. Yun Tianhao realized that there was nowhere he could escape to. The matrix on his body started to absorb any surviving frost power around the area to cushion the inevitable attack. A dragon roar shattered through the space and the frost barrier. Yun Tianhao was thrown into the air by this attack. The flame even penetrated his skin, and his whole body was scorched. An influential member of Haiyan Academy rushed forward and caught Yun Tianhao's body. Soon, many others gathered around this boy. They all looked incredibly nervous. A flow of blood gushed from his mouth. He felt a bit better and mumbled to the people surrounding him, "I won't die." His arrogant eyes looked toward Yi Futian coldly. He had actually lost to someone in the same plane of awakening. Yi Futian was also looking at him. He started talking calmly. "Someone once told me, a mandate sorcerer never loses, right?" Another gush of blood flowed out. Yun Tianhao had been considered the pride of Haiyan Academy since he was a kid and had never been humiliated like this. However, he had lost anyway. He could not deny this fact. "Who are you?" He stared at Yi Futian with all the strength left in his body, as if trying to etch this boy into his memory forever. "I am Yi Futian." The eagle-eyed leader frowned and asked, "I knew all the names that were listed on the lists of excellence for the spring and fall quarter exams during recent years. Why were you not one of them?" He believed that something must be wrong for a powerful mage like Yi Futian to be a nobody in Qingzhou Academy. The big chiefs of Qingzhou Academy felt uncomfortable about this question. Something was going on behind the scenes that had caused Yi Futian to be excluded from the list of excellence. However, they could not answer the question with the truth. Yi Futian took this opportunity to mock the big chiefs of Qingzhou Academy. "You know what? Not only am I not on the list of excellence, but I am actually on a probation list now. You're the winner, but you don't have to humiliate me in such a manner." Yun Tianhao stared at Yi Futian. He thought Yi Futian was joking to make fun of him. "He's telling the truth," Yuxing said, although it seemed like he was not satisfied by this truth. The people of Haiyan Academy were confused, but soon the eagle-eyed leader began laughing and looking at the big chiefs of Qingzhou Academy with contempt. "Seriously, you put such a genius on probation? Boy, just quit your school and come with us. I promise you that you'll be the star over here." The people of Qingzhou Academy felt ashamed by this invitation, especially the big chiefs. Their enemy was now inviting a student that they had decided to put on probation. What irony was that? "Thanks for your consideration, but no," Yi Futian rejected them directly. "Sure. Next time we see each other, it's going to be a real fight." The eagle-eyed leader sounded like he was threatening and warning him, then he turned back. "Let's go." The group from Haiyan Academy glanced at the Qingzhou Academy group, then turned around and left. Even though they had lost, their pride seemed unharmed by the defeat. Actually, the people of Qingzhou Academy weren't relieved either. Their top students had lost all 3 fights. Without Yu Sheng and Yi Futian, their arena would have witnessed the worst humiliation in the history of the academy. How exciting that one of the saviors of the academy's honor was currently on probation, and the other one had lost his first place on the list of excellence. They were standing together, and all eyes were drawn to these boys. Only moments ago, people had finally realized how powerful they were. Before the fights, people believed they were just bad students with inappropriate arrogance. However, they now believed that their arrogance was, in fact, well-deserved. "Yi Futian, I apologize on behalf of the academy. We have mistreated you. I am glad that we have seen our mistake. Now, Since we know that you have the highest level of talent in Thunder Element, Fire Element, and Martial Arts Power, do you have any preference in the selection of a college? Ling Qingfeng, the director of the Hall of Swords, was now asking for Yi Futian's decision. The big chiefs had realized that with all of these talents and his scroll inscribing ability, Yi Futian would be the star of any hall he chose to attend. Both the College of Martial Arts and College of Sorcery were waiting for his choice. And Yu Sheng, you are more than welcome to join the Hall of Martial Arts. I will accept you as my own disciple if you choose to join, I promise. The director of the Hall of Martial Arts invited Yu Sheng. Consider the Hall of Metal Element, Yu Sheng, you would be a great addition for us. The director of the Hall of Metal Element was also competing for the prized students. Yu Sheng said nothing but looked toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian would make the final decision for both of them. The big chiefs realized what Yu Sheng meant by this gesture. They understood that Yi Futian would decide their futures. Everyone was watching Yi Futian, waiting for him to make the final call. Yi Futian perceived the expectations that all of the big chiefs had of him. He started speaking slowly. Are we done with what happened during the fall quarter exam yet? This question indeed made a lot of big chiefs feel awkward, and the students wondered how stubborn this boy was to stay fixated on the topic even at this point. This boy. Qin Yi mumbled. Of course, he felt happy for Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, because their abilities had been confirmed to everyone at the school. There was no doubt that their futures would be splendid. However, why did he continue to misbehave and bring up the topic of the fall quarter exam again? Ling Qingfeng looked at Yi Futian, and he was even more dissatisfied about the conspiracy from Shizhong. He said, Yi Futian, we admit that we somehow made a misjudgment during the fall quarter exam. However, you guys have totally proven to us how powerful you are. Let's just leave it in the past, please. Misjudgment, that's it. Yi Futian was laughing because he was still not satisfied. He knew that something must have been going on behind the scenes during the fall quarter exam that made Murong Qiu rank first place. What Ling Qingfeng said was only to appease him. What do you want? Ling Qingfeng asked again. Yi Futian bowed slightly and said, to be honest, I am not even an official student at the academy. It is definitely not proper for me to say whether it was truly just a misjudgment. We defeated Haiyan Academy only as a favor for the 3 years of education we received from Qingzhou Academy. As for becoming an official student, there is no need. People were shocked by his decision. The whole arena was in silence. Nothing moved other than the falling snowflakes through the air. People finally understood how stubborn this young man could be. Chapter 27, He had actually rejected their offer. He had actually rejected their offer. Countless people had their eyes on Yi Futian. Just a while ago, Yu Sheng and Yi Futian defeated the people of Haiyan Academy and saved the honor of Qingzhou Academy. In combination with his astonishing gift, everyone knew that the ban was as good as gone. These two young men were definitely going to be well favored by the higher-ups of Qingzhou Academy. The reality was exactly as had been expected. Many of the school leaders extended a welcoming hand to the two, and it seemed as if this whole fiasco was coming to an end. They would have never expected such an ending. Everyone had obviously underestimated Yi Futian's stubbornness and pride. If he were still the Yi Futian of the past, no one would have cared about him. He was a genius prodigy. He was able to inscribe top-notch spell scrolls in the blink of the eye and defeat a same plane mandate sorcerer. He had every right to be prideful. Everyone fell into a deep silence, even the authoritative figures of Qingzhou Academy. At Qingzhou Academy, outer sect disciples received guidance and basic knowledge on cultivation from instructors. However, they had to put in a lot of work themselves for cultivation. Even at the library, they were only allowed on the ground floor. They did not have the privilege to make use of many other resources at the academy. The battle also now involved the honor of the entire academy, so when Yi Futian had said that this victory was a sign of gratitude for being able to cultivate at the academy for the past 3 years, no one could blame him for anything. From the looks of it, Yi Futian and Yu Xing stepped up to battle together not only for Huajieyu, but they had everything thought out in advance. At the thought of this, none of the authorities had a thing to say. Yi Futian had studied at the academy for 3 years and not a single person was able to see his immense potential. In the fall quarter examinations, Yu Sheng should have been ranked first and Yu third. This will be written down in the academy's records, Ling Qingfeng said to Yi Futian. In the crowd, Murong Qiu's expression darkened immediately. This was so embarrassing. 2 months ago, it had been announced that Murong Qiu ranked first in the fall exams. Now the academy was going to break tradition and alter its records by taking him off the ranks. This was sure to cause a huge ruckus. If the news got out, how was he going to look to the world? He would be a giant laughing stock. There was not a word from any of the other students. They could not help but look over at Murong Qiu. It was true, he had had no right to be ranked first. When Haiyan Academy attacked, he had not even had the courage to step up and fight. Yu Sheng, on the other hand, had been able to do everything Murong Qiu could not. I object, Shi Zhong spoke up. He was not pleased. He stared at Yi Futian and said, the results have already been announced, how can we change them so easily? Even though Yi Futian's performance today was impressive, we cannot ignore the fact that he used his victory in today's battle as a bargaining chip and threatened the academy. What's the use of having a student like this, even if he is immensely gifted? Threatening the academy? Yi Futian stared at Shi Zhong. It looked like it was Earth Elemental Pavilion Lord Shi Zhong who put Murong Qiu in the first rank position. It was most likely his idea to place the ban on Yi Futian as well. As for Cabinet Master Ling Qingfeng of the House of the Swordsman, he had always been friendly to Yi Futian. He probably had nothing to do with any of this. Looking at Shi Zhong, Yi Futian could not hold in his smile. I'm just an outer sect disciple, what ability do I have to threaten Qingzhou Academy? On the contrary, I would like to ask Pavilion Lord Shi Zhong, what have I done to offend you? What do you mean? Asked Shi Zhong. During the fall quarter examinations, Yu Sheng obviously had the upper hand in terms of both gifts and capabilities. Today's battle was proof of that. When you gave first place to Murong Qiu, I was being reasonable to object your decision. Even if you thought I was purposely going up against you, I was already punished when you removed me from the ranks and banned me from class. I cannot understand why removing the ban on me is the only thing you are willing to offer after all the work Yu Sheng and I put in today to protect the academy. Does the honor of Qingzhou Academy mean that little to you? Yi Futian looked at Shi Zhong and continued, or should I ask what exactly have I done for you to dislike me so much, and what about Murong Qiu is so great that you had to give him first place? You even placed a ban on me under his influence, is that not true? How presumptuous, shouted Shi Zhong. His eyes shot daggers at Yi Futian, utter nonsense. Is this the attitude you use when speaking with your elders? Even if we groom you into the best of the best, a treacherous student like you will only bring disaster in the future. Treacherous. Everyone could obviously tell that there was something deeper going on behind the results of the fall exams. Every word Shi Zhong said was an attempt to get Yi Futian expelled. Besides, just like Yi Futian had said, Shi Zhong's ban on Yi Futian was influenced by Murong Qiu. Thinking about what might have been going on behind the scenes gave the students of Qingzhou Academy shivers. Shi Zhong, that's enough, said the Pavilion Lord of the Thunder Elemental Pavilion. The 7 Pavilion Lords of the School of Divination Arts were all acquainted with each other. There were some unspoken rules between them, and a blind eye was turned as long as it did not interfere with the interest of Qingzhou Academy. However, none of them expected the 2 young men, who were unfairly judged during the fall exams, to be this talented, as well as stubborn and prideful. Yi Futian, in today's battle you did a really big favor for the academy, so the academy will not mistreat you. There will surely be Pavilion Lords interested in accepting you too as official disciples. You guys will be able to focus on cultivations, and in the future, the 2 of you will definitely make a name for yourselves and achieve great things. You shouldn't be too stubborn regarding other things. Pavilion Lord Li Jiang of the Wind Elemental Pavilion tried to persuade Yi Futian. Hearing these words, Yi Futian began to laugh at himself. It looked like he was still too young and too confident in himself. No matter how exceptional his gifts were or how much work he put in to protect the academy, it did not change anything. All it had done was help him gain the attention of a couple authoritative figures and speed up the process for him to become an official disciple. But was this really enough? Pavilion Lord Li Jiang wanted Yi Futian to stop being so stubborn. It was obvious that he wanted Yi Futian to stop while he was ahead. Li Jiang most likely shared Shi Zhong's opinion that Yi Futian was simply trying to threaten the academy. He was not really going to drop out of the academy. After all, Qingzhou Academy was the holy land for cultivators in the city of Qingzhou. Should Yi Futian really just forget about the events of the fall quarter examinations? Was there really going to be no explanation for his punishment and the ban on him? As for the secrets behind the exam results, it seemed to be forbidden to expose. Maybe he was just too young, too naive. But there was one advantage of being young: you had the right to be stubborn. At the thought of this, Yi Futian smiled and lightly bowed to the academy elders. Everyone watched him. What was the meaning behind his actions? I will remember everything Qingzhou Academy has taught me in these past 3 years. I will take my leave now, Yi Futian said with a smile. Yu Sheng, he shouted after. Beside him, Yu Sheng hummed in response. His eyes stared coldly at the elders, evidently unhappy. Let's go, said Yi Futian as he turned to leave, stepping into the white snow. Yu Sheng stopped his staring and followed closely behind Yi Futian. In that instant, their backs looked lonely but their footsteps determined. From this, it was possible to feel the pride they had. They were really leaving. The elders were all dumbfounded. They did not expect Yi Futian to take this so seriously. The house master of the battle house, the cabinet master of the house of the swordsman, and multiple pavilion lords stared coldly at Shi Zhong. The looks on their faces said it all. This caused Shi Zhong's expression to darken and he called out reluctantly, "Wait." Yi Futian's steps halted and he turned around to look at the person speaking to him. Is there anything else you need from me, Pavilion Master Shi Zhong? What kind of place do you think Qingzhou Academy is, coming and going as you please, said Shi Zhong. Yi Futian squinted his eyes in confusion and asked, what exactly are you trying to say? You're rebellious by nature and hold a grudge against Qingzhou Academy. Now that you're leaving the academy, do you plan to join Haiyan Academy to get revenge on Qingzhou Academy? Shi Zhong asked. The temperature dropped at his words. Everyone could feel the iciness in his voice. Was Shi Zhong trying to give Yi Futian the death sentence by saying this? Haiyan Academy and Qingzhou Academy were rivals, therefore, as soon as Shi Zhong instilled the thought in everyone's heads that Yi Futian and Yu Sheng could betray Qingzhou Academy, what awaited them was not a pretty ending. Pavilion Lord Shi Zhong, Yi Futian had already rejected Haiyan Academy's offer. It's impossible that he would go join them, Qin Yi said with worry. Yi Futian's performance today really surprised her, but his stubbornness left her speechless. However, she felt that she must speak up against Shi Zhong right now. Of course, he wouldn't accept the offer in front of all of us, but how about when he steps outside, asked Shi Zhong. Beside him, Ling Qingfeng observed him. Shi Zhong was trying to force Yi Futian into a dead end. Even if Yi Futian had no such thoughts, the consequences of Shi Zhong's words had already been placed into action. What do you want? Asked Yu Sheng. The rage he felt radiated off of him. Rid yourself of all the powers you gained in the past 3 years, Shi Zhong said. It was dead silent once again. Everyone was stupefied, no one was able to make a sound. It was a long while before soft steps could be heard. A perfect silhouette appeared like a goddess descending from heaven. It was Hua Jieyu. She stopped beside Yi Futian and took a look at him. This made Yi Futian lose his train of thought. She really was a fox. Hua Jieyu then shifted her gaze toward Shi Zhong and smiled lightly. I think it would be best if you took back the words you just said. Her voice was so soft and peaceful, it was almost able to put everyone under her spell. Was she threatening the Pavilion Lord of the Earth Elemental Pavilion? A while ago, it was Yi Futian who had stepped up to protect her. Now, it was her turn to protect him. Many people in the audience were envious and jealous of Yi Futian right now. In the snow, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu stood side by side. The Holy Qingzhou Academy did not seem so impressive anymore. Chapter 28. The snowflakes still flew around Futian and Huajieyu. The snowflakes still flew around Futian and Huajieyu. No one had anticipated that Huajieyu would stand up for Futian this time, not to mention the fact that she had protected Futian by directly threatening a director in the academy. So many hearts broke. Were they already dating? However, their viewpoints had changed slightly. They didn't feel pity for Huajieyu. In fact, they understood that Futian was the only boy qualified enough to become her partner. Subconsciously, their views about Futian had transformed entirely after the fight. He now symbolized dedication and talent in their minds. Even Yang Xiu and Ling Xiao, who used to look down upon Futian, had changed. The one they once ridiculed was the only one able to defeat a mandate sorcerer, challenge the rules of the academy and utterly reject the idea of becoming the disciple of a hall director. He had never taken them seriously before. Feng Qingxue was also staring at Futian and Huajieyu. It looked like she had tears welling up. She thought maybe the goddess of this academy was the only one that deserved a boy as great as Futian. She had used to believe she was out of his league, but now, she knew that it was the other way around. Shi Zhong had not expected to see Huajieyu stand up for Futian. She had even threatened him for this boy's sake. He couldn't help swearing to himself. Undoubtedly, love among young people was so consuming that even a girl as wise as Huajieyu could get lost in her feelings. Huajieyu, this is none of your business. Step away, Shi Zhong spoke gently to her. He knew how powerful this girl was and how influential her family was, so he didn't dare act harshly to her, even after being obviously threatened. You don't get my point, do you? She was still smiling in such a beautiful manner that it totally contradicted her cold tone of voice. She was utterly humiliating Shi Zhong in public. Shi Zhong became even more upset and stopped trying to hide it. No matter how remarkable this girl was, he was still a director at the academy, and he was the elder in this conversation. How frustrating it was to be threatened twice by a young girl, in front of the students no less. Listen, this should be taken care of by the academy. Even your father wouldn't interfere. Shi Zhong's tone turned rigid. Huajieyu looked him in the eye and kept talking. So you're telling me that you'll never regret the decision you just made, right? Of course, Shi Zhong responded. Futian betrayed this academy with all the powerful talents he gained there. If he ever attended Haiyan Academy and turned his back on us, the damage could be tremendous. His abilities must be taken to prevent this treachery. Huajieyu was laughing at Shi Zhong's statement. She did not even try to hide her contempt. Was he being serious? I gave you a chance to redeem yourself, but it's gone, Huajieyu mumbled as if talking to herself. The moment she stopped, the snowflakes surrounding them turned into a frenzy. The wind blew harder in the area, and everyone was feeling frostbitten. A general sense of threat was impending. Even though people had tried to attribute this to the snow, they believed it was actually anger from the beautiful girl. Whose power are you going to strip? A cold voice sounded on the far side of the space. There was a path between the rows of trees, already white due to the massive snowfall, and someone was walking down the road toward them. The man was wearing a white fur coat and had long black hair that casually covered his shoulders. He was middle-aged and truly handsome, like a melancholy scholar. He was walking slowly, but his pace was magically attracting the attention of all the bystanders. In fact, he was walking faster than his pace seemed to allow. In a short while, he was approaching the crowd, and people had the chance to look clearly at his face. This gentleman is unparalleled by the rest of the world. People were amazed by this incredibly handsome man. Both his appearance and temperament were just perfect. People believed that when he was young, he must have been a real ladies' man. Mr. Hua, the big chiefs of the academy, even the directors, greeted him. Shi Zhong, however, looked upset at the fact that he had arrived. The students of Qingzhou Academy were shocked to suddenly see someone that was called Mr. by all the big chiefs, even the directors. Who was he? Father? Huajieyu greeted. The students finally realized why Hua Jieyu had such superior power at this academy, even strong enough for her to confront a director. It was no wonder anymore, when even the directors had to greet her father respectfully. Plus, his face definitely explained where Hua Jieyu's beauty had come from. Hua Fenglu nodded, then turned to look at Shi Zhong. Answer me, now. Mr. Hua, excuse me for the misunderstanding. I would never dare to strip the abilities of your daughter. I did not mean any harm to Ms. Hua. Shi Zhong said politely. I know. Hua Fenglu understood that Shi Zhong didn't have the guts to threaten his daughter. He turned back and looked at Yi Futian. Then he is your target, right? Shi Zhong nodded and pointed to Yi Futian. Mr. Hua, this boy is a student of Qingzhou Academy. He was committing treachery by trying to quit the academy and join our enemy. To prevent further treachery, his abilities and talents must be removed. Jieyu was trying to stop me for a reason I do not understand. Is he telling the truth? Hua Fenglu asked the boy. Professor, how could this be true? Yi Futian shook his head with a wry smile. He knew that Mr. Hua should have been informed of what really happened. Professor? Shi Zhong was shocked by this form of address. His face suddenly became pale. He could not believe that Yi Futian had been a disciple of Hua Fenglu and that Hua Fenglu had come here not to stand up for his daughter, but for this boy. Shi Zhong now felt cold, his back dripping with sweat. He felt the temperature around his body drop. Even with his plane, he felt true coldness. My disciple just fought for the honor of Qingzhou Academy, but now you're trying to deprive him of all his power. Hua Fenglu sounded peaceful, but everyone realized that he was concealing his anger. He stepped forward a bit toward Shi Zhong. People noticed that Shi Zhong was actually trembling. Hua Fenglu gave his ultimatum. Looks like you have been the director of the Hall of Earth Element long enough. His beautiful eyes suddenly turned white and glowed. Horrifying lights shot out of his eyes. His hair flew around his shoulder from the storm wind he had caused. The storm took a moment to form, then suddenly rushed toward Shi Zhong. Shi Zhong had no choice but to defend himself. He summoned the earth element spiritual qi of the universe to form a wall to protect against Hua Fengliu's attack. However, it didn't work at all. The wall was shattered in a moment, and Hua Fenglu reached his hand out toward Shi Zhong. The wind around his body formed an invisible hand that clamped around his neck and lifted his body into the air. Mr. Hua, forgive me. I did not know he was your disciple. Shi Zhong was yelling for mercy, but his voice was hoarse from his throat being clamped. Now you know. Hua Fenglu became frenzied. The white lights from his eyes were horrifying. He smashed Shi Zhong's body to the ground so hard that a fissure appeared. The big chiefs could not do anything but watch as Shi Zhong was being smashed to the ground and lifted into the air repeatedly. Two sounds were resonating around the space, the sound of Shi Zhong hitting the ground and his screams. People could only feel pity for Shi Zhong, because even as a director, he shouldn't have pissed off someone as powerful as Mr. Hua. After a while, the torture finally stopped. The earth wasn't shaking anymore. Hua Fenglu put his hand down, and his eyes became peaceful again. He explained to those who were still shocked by what had happened, "Sorry, I have bad temper." Yi Futian's eyes widened, and he couldn't stop looking at Mr. Hua. He had never imagined that a gentleman like his professor could be as violent as this. However, he believed it was cool for a real man to switch between being calm and collected to as violent as Mr. Hua was. Other directors of Qingzhou Academy could only smile wryly. Ling Qingfeng started speaking. Mr. Hua, I feel so sorry for our mistakes. We will definitely make compensation to Yi Futian for our errors in the future. Future? There is no future. This academy does not deserve him. Mr. Hua sounded peaceful again. Ling Qingfeng stopped talking because he understood that as long as Mr. Hua had already accepted Yi Futian, it would be unnecessary for Yi Futian to become an official student at the academy. But in this case, there was also no way Yi Futian would betray this academy. They just wondered when Yi Futian had become his disciple. Soon, Ling Qingfeng was reminded of a past occurrence. Before the fall quarter exam, there was a dragon wandering in Mount Tianyao. They heard that a daredevil boy had gone deep into the mountain and was attacked by the dragon. Later the boy was taken away by Hua Fenglu. People were focused on dealing with the dragon since it was so late at night, and didn't pay attention to who was attacked. When they finally tried to find the boy, he was already gone. It had been months, and people had forgotten about this. Now they finally realized that Yi Futian was the boy who was attacked by the dragon. "Let's go," Hua Fenglu said. "Okay," Yi Futian nodded, then Hua Jiayu, Yu Sheng and him left with Hua Fenglu. "That was just awesome, Professor." "What was that? A spell or a martial arts technique? Why have I never seen that before?" Yi Futian kept asking. "You will know, in the future." Hua Fenglu smiled at him. Yi Futian could not stop his curiosity. He looked at Hua Jiayu and asked her, "Fox, mind telling me?" Hua Jiayu smiled back at him, "Sorry, no comment." "Phew." Yi Futian sighed and mumbled, "I thought you were in love with me when you stood up for me. Am I wrong?" The smile on her face was suddenly gone. She gave Yi Futian a malevolent look then ran to her father. However, Yu Sheng was looking at Yi Futian with admiration. This guy had just flirted with the daughter of his professor. He believed the professor would become Yi Futian's father-in-law someday in the future. Chapter 29. Even after Yi Futian departed with Hua Fenglu, the people of Qingzhou Academy were still unable to calm down. Even after Yi Futian departed with Hua Fenglu, the people of Qingzhou Academy were still unable to calm down. It was going to be difficult to forget the image of a determined Yi Futian. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng did not say much about being treated unfairly during the fall quarter examinations, nor did they say anything when the academy decided to punish Yi Futian. Despite receiving unfair treatment from the academy, it was the two of them who still stepped in to protect the honor of Qingzhou Academy. However, they were resolute in their decision to leave after gaining the attention of the most influential people at the academy. Finally, the relationship between Hua Jiayu and Yi Futian was clear and the hatred that everyone felt for Yi Futian in the past disappeared. Everyone used to think that Yi Futian was unworthy of a goddess like Hua Jiayu, but now, he was the only person of the outer sect disciples that was worthy of standing by her side. Naturally, this only made the hate Morong Qiu felt for Yi Futian grow stronger. Pavilion Lord Shizhong of the Earth Elemental Pavilion was badly hurt, but only one of his colleagues went over to help him up. The others just left, obviously unhappy with him. As a result of his actions, Qingzhou Academy might lose 3 of their most gifted students. If the 3 of them made a name for themselves, would Qingzhou Academy be able to tell the world that they made any contributions to their success? Yi Futian returned to his master's residence, where he had left just a little while ago. It felt weird to be here again. Yi Futian called out Hua Fenglu as he took his seat. "Master," replied Yi Futian. He was still trying to figure out his master's true identity. This was most likely the doing of Shizhong alone, as he harbors bad intentions. "I will have Qingzhou Academy deal with him. Qingzhou Academy has contributed so much to the city of Qingzhou, there's no need to harbor vengeance against them for the doings of one person," Hua Fenglu reasoned. "Yes, master. I understand," nodded Yi Futian. "I am confused as to why you're so adamant about leaving the academy. If you choose to stay, then it would only be a matter of time before one of the pavilion lords set their sights on you." "You would be highly valued," Hua Fenglu asked puzzled. "I know the other pavilion lords are different from Shizhong, but still, none of them prevented his actions toward me even though they knew what he did was wrong. It's obvious that they were not willing to make an enemy of Shizhong for a mere outer sect disciple like myself. One might say that it was because I was not worth fighting for back then, but even after today's battle, they were still unwilling to help Yu Sheng and me. I can't tolerate this, so naturally I made the decision to leave the academy. Besides, now that Shizhong has a bone to pick with me, staying will only make things harder for myself. Should I have to fight against a pavilion lord while in the awakening plane?" explained Yi Futian. Yi Futian continued, a bit confused himself, "As for being valued by the pavilion lords, none of them can surpass you. Under Master's guidance, would I even need them? This. Yu Sheng listened from behind Yi Futian. He was impressed. With this level of brown-nosing, no wonder Yi Futian was able to turn his master into his father-in-law. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian with disdain. At the same time, she could see that her father was nodding in agreement with Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu looked very satisfied at his response and replied, "You have a very good point." Yu Sheng widened his eyes. Hua Fenglu was definitely not the modest type. "Master, the outside world is too dangerous. A small issue is enough to warrant a request to rid me of my powers. I think I should just stay here by your side and cultivate from now on." Yi Futian saw an opportunity and took it. "No!" Hua Jieyu opened her mouth before her father could say anything. What did he mean the outside world was too dangerous? Did he plan on just staying indoors for the rest of his life? "Father, you said that cultivation isn't simply about putting work into training and practice, you must also have actual battle experience. If I have to regularly go to Mount Tianyao for battle training, then he should definitely have to as well. Since his gift is so great, he needs to go out and gain actual experience to aid his cultivation," said Hua Jieyu. "Master, what she said is correct. So, from now on, besides cultivating here, I should go out regularly with Hua Jieyu. Under her care, Master shouldn't have to worry about me," said Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu was completely speechless. She felt wronged as she looked toward her father. "Father, are you really not worried he might do something to me?" "Of course I'm not worried. You've been cultivating longer than he has and you have more experience. Would he even be able to bully you?" asked Hua Fenglu jokingly. But Hua Jieyu had more to say but was cut off by Yi Futian. "Thank you, Master. Am I the third wheel?" Yu Sheng asked quietly. He scratched his head in confusion. Yi Futian looked back at him and thought that Yu Sheng was getting smarter and more observant by the day. Hua Fenglu smiled at Yu Sheng and said, "Yu Sheng, you're a natural warrior and need to continuously refine your skills through battle. I will give you a spell scroll for defense later. You should also pick out some books on battle tactics and some spell books for cultivation from my library. Then, head to Mount Tianyao to train. You should keep challenging higher-level demons to help yourself improve." "Okay," nodded Yu Sheng. It seemed like he really was the extra wheel. "Master, what about me?" asked Yi Futian with anticipation. He had already learned to inscribe spell scrolls and could not wait to see what Hua Fenglu had in store for him next. "Since you're cultivating in martial and divination arts, you'll need to break through the planes for both at the same time. You've got tons to do," said Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian nodded and headed towards the study. Hua Fenglu had a large collection of books in his library, including books from all categories. It was a smaller version of Qingzhou Academy's library. Awakening level Thunder Elemental Sorcery, Thunder Lash, and Fire Elemental Sorcery, The Burning of Silence. Yi Futian picked these two spell books to study. As he continued to study the spells, night fell. The snow was still falling and a crescent moon hung in the night sky. The sound of a string instrument resonated throughout the residence. It was a guqin. The song was peaceful and brought serenity. Yi Futian was drawn in by the sound of the guqin. He left the library and walked toward the main residence. There, he saw Hua Fenglu plucking away at the strings of the guqin. Basking in the moonlight, he looked so graceful. Freedom meditation kicked in by itself. Yi Futian could almost see the music notes floating through the air like tiny fairies. His eyes closed, Yi Futian sat down in the snow and emptied his mind. He could feel the moonlight washing down on him, the cool light cleansing his body. The music flowed into his body, into his life palace. There, the world tree began to rustle. Each leaf danced as the music notes wafted. The notes floated around, and eventually formed a picture. It was a guqin. The guqin continued to play. Yi Futian entered a state of oblivion. Only the music continued to enter his mind, relaxing his entire being. His worries were all tossed into the back of his mind. The song ended. Yi Futian still had his eyes closed. In his life palace, a third type of life spirit appeared in addition to the natal spirit and the world tree spirit. It was the Guqin spirit. Yi Futian was shocked. He knew that even by using the freedom meditation, life spirits could only be created in very special conditions. However, all it had taken for him to create the Guqin spirit was one piece by Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian opened his eyes slowly and asked Hua Fenglu, "Master, what piece was that?" "Purification of the night moon," replied Hua Fenglu. "I felt something change within me after listening to Master play. My ability to perceive energy has strengthened. I want to learn to play the Guqin," said Yi Futian with great determination. Energy determined the level of a sorcerer, so if pieces played on the Guqin could help improve that, then it would definitely aid in cultivation. "Okay," said Hua Fenglu with a smile. Hua Jieyu watched everything unfold off to the side. She looked at her father and knew that he purposely played the Guqin to test Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu wanted to pass down this skill to Yi Futian. "Let's start by learning some basic pieces. Hua Jieyu, bring the sheet music." "You will teach Yi Futian," ordered Hua Fenglu. "Me?" Hua Jieyu blinked in disbelief and looked at her father in distress. Yi Futian felt touched. Master was too good to him. "Be a good girl," Hua Fenglu tried to persuade Hua Jieyu. She glared at her father and left to get the sheet music. Moments later, the moonlight was shining down on Hua Jieyu as she sat elegantly in front of the Guqin. She unwillingly explained something to Yi Futian. "Hey Fox, how do I play this note?" Yi Futian pointed at the music score and accidentally touched Hua Jieyu's hand. Hua Jieyu immediately turned to look at him. In response, he said, "Sorry. It was an accident. I can't see clearly since it's dark out here." "How many accidents have you had already?" Hua Jieyu asked with a smile on her face. Her hand touched Yi Futian's waist. Her fingers grabbed hold of him and she began to pinch down hard. He gasped and looked at the beauty in front of him. At least he could enjoy the view while in pain. Yi Futian learned quickly, acquiring all the basic knowledge. He then began to play sheet music. Slowly, his skills matured, until he was able to play smoothly. It got deeper into the night. Hua Fenglu had already gone to bed but Hua Jieyu was still by Yi Futian's side, teaching him the ropes. At that moment, Yi Futian had his hands on the instrument and a bright aura emitted from him. When his fingers plucked at the strings, the music flowed and sent shivers down Hua Jieyu's spine. She watched as Yi Futian kept his eyes closed. His Guqin spirit harmonized with the Guqin, giving life to every note that resulted from a stroke of his fingers. Under the moonlight, his handsome face looked peaceful. His hands were like magic, they had the ability to get the listener moving with their every stroke. Hua Jieyu became more and more relaxed, her eyes closing as well. She was immersed in the music, and eventually fell asleep sitting in the snow. "A prodigy," remarked Hua Fenglu, who was listening from his bedroom. He was very pleased. He too closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep with the music. Yi Futian was spellbound by the music, unable to pull himself out of the state. He continued to play throughout the night but felt no fatigue. On the contrary, he felt clear-minded. The next morning, he opened his eyes and felt a change within himself. Using the freedom meditation to perceive the spiritual chi of the heavens and the earth, he knew that he had broken into the 8th plane of awakening for sorcerers. He could not help but smile. Yi Futian looked ahead and saw Hua Jieyu laying in the snow, her body covered in a layer of white snow. The jacket laid out on top of her was now drenched. He walked up to her and carefully removed the jacket. At that moment, Hua Jieyu opened her eyes and looked up at Yi Futian. He smiled at her and retracted his hand. "The jacket's wet, I didn't want you to get sick so I took it off for you," he explained. "Really? You didn't have any other intentions?" she asked with a faint smile. "Am I that type of person?" Yi Futian saw her smile and took a step back. "What do you think?" laughed Hua Jieyu. Suddenly, they heard something. It was the door to Yu Sheng's room. He stepped out and saw Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian. He then gave them a strange look. I'm going to leave now. Please feel free to continue whatever you guys were doing, Yusheng said as he took giant steps to bring himself away from the two. They were flirting in front of him so early in the morning. How inconsiderate. How was he supposed to feel about this? Chapter 30, Yi Futian was living in the guest room at Hua Fengliu's house. His days consisted of playing the guqin, practicing his inscribing, and enjoying the company of a beautiful girl. With this comfortable life, time flew and the new year was fast approaching. Yi Futian was living in the guest room at Hua Fengliu's house. His days consisted of playing the guqin, practicing his inscribing, and enjoying the company of a beautiful girl. With this comfortable life, time flew and the new year was fast approaching. One day, a giant monster flew into Gakingju Academy, a huge black condor. Even though the guards of the academy had tried to stop her, she flapped her wings so vigorously that the wind prevented anyone from approaching her. There were several people mounted on the condor. The leaders of this group were an old man and a young man. That way. The older man pointed toward the academy. The huge black condor flew as directed, and on the way, the director of the Hall of Earth Element, Shi Zhong, showed up, trying to stop this monster. Stop, right now. However, the condor just ignored the warning, and so did the people on top of her. The wind from her wings was so intense that the fierce power knocked Shi Zhong yards away in a second. The people on her back didn't seem to be affected by his interruption. The condor was heading to Hua Fengliu's house. The gentleman in white came out of his house and walked to the black condor without making much noise. Hua Fengliu, the old man started speaking with a sneer. It's been 3 years since our deal. Where is Miss Hua Jieyu? It has not been 3 years yet. You promised me that you would not interfere with her, Hua Fengliu responded coldly. The new year is coming in a few days, so it has, in fact, practically been 3 years. She's too talented to waste so much time with you. This is just enough for our deal, the old man said. Time is time, I insist it has not been 3 years yet. Hua Fengliu did not give in. Mr. Hua, the Guqin devil, I am Zhou Mu, the young man who bowed slightly to Hua Fengliu and greeted him. It was just general courtesy. In reality, the smile on his face showed that he was too young to be genuinely humble and had a faint sense of disdain. Hua Fengliu glanced at him and asked, Who are you? My master, the art saint, has been feeling somewhat guilty over the years since he destroyed your natal spirit. He sent me here to see if you were doing well. Zhou Mu smiled as he spoke. Hua Fengliu's eyes soon turned sharply to this young man, but he was not going to attribute this humiliation to Zhou Mu. He turned to the older man and asked, Why did you bring his disciple to my home? I did not bring him here. The art saint actually sent him. Zhou Mu, 16 years old, a glory plane invoker, the old man told Hua Fengliu. Suddenly, Hua Fengliu understood what the art saint was trying to do. He started laughing so hard that his hair flew around him, then he said, He lost to me in the past, and he wants his disciple to win in the present? Is that correct? My master destroyed your natal spirit and banned you from entering the city of Donghai forever. How did he lose? Zhou Mu rejected. A win or loss is not judged by you, young man, Hua Fengliu said with a smile. Just go back, I do not have time for this. Then I will come back for Hua Jieyu after the new year. If you try to stop me at that time, my family will not make it easy for you, the old man sneered, and suddenly the black condor swayed upwards and flew away. Hua Fengliu looked at the shrinking image of that black spot and laughed, You already lost in the past, and now you're putting your hope onto your disciple. That's not going to work. In the guest room, Yi Futian had finished a song. He opened his eyes, but the feelings from that song were not gone. Mr. Hua had not taught him any songs other than the purification of the night moon. Yi Futian's activities these days were just cultivation and music practice. In fact, his plane of martial arts had reached metamorph, the 8th plane. His plane of sorcery had broken through 2 planes directly, and now he was in the 9th plane of awakening, the unmaker. Yi Futian understood that the purification of the night moon played an essential role in this fast improvement. At this time, Hua Jieyu was inscribing. Yi Futian went to her side and asked her gently, "Fox, do you want me to keep playing?" "No." Hua Jieyu did not even look at him. "Then I guess it's time for us to have a couple's talk." Yi Futian kept teasing her. Hua Jieyu put down the pen and started smiling at Yi Futian. However, the spiritual qi around her gathered, almost like she was going to attack. Yi Futian stepped away and said, "Gentlemen fight with words rather than actions. I am a gentlewoman, thank you." Hua Jieyu condensed the power into a wind element spell and sent it toward Yi Futian. "Don't kill your boyfriend." Yi Futian ran away quickly. Hua Jieyu was already a mage in the glory plane. There was no chance he could take that damage. Hua Fenglu came in from outside and saw the scene. "Jieyu, stop it." Hua Jieyu stopped according to his demand. She glared at Yi Futian and complained, "Dad, this guy keeps picking on me every day." Hua Fenglu ignored the complaint and asked them to come with him. "Just follow me." Yi Futian understood that there was something serious going on for Mr. Hua, and he stopped his joking attitude at once. Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian followed Mr. Hua to a room. Hua Fenglu led them to his own book collection room. There were shelves in his book collection room and a chamber that was concealed in the wall behind them. Yi Futian was surprised when Mr. Hua opened the chamber and took out something that seemed to be very important. There were some books in the hidden chamber. Hua Fenglu took them out and handed them to Yi Futian. "Futian, they are all yours now." Yi Futian knew that these books were the true treasures. He took the books and read the names on them: Dragon Roar in the Mountain, The Fiend's Carnival, The Dance in Flamboyant Feathers. These books were actually Guqin music sheets. "Professor, these are all music spells, am I right?" Yi Futian asked. "Okay, so you do know what they are." "I used to be good at this specific kind of spell and, in fact, when I was young, people gave me the title of the Guqin Devil because my natal spirit was a Guqin. Someone destroyed my natal spirit and totally prevented me from making any progress on my cultivation since then. Now, it's your turn to take over," Hua Fenglu said and sighed. Yi Futian was surprised. He had already known that the professor was a mandate sorcerer, but he never knew that his natal spirit had been destroyed. "Don't ask me why, or try to avenge me. I just hope you cultivate hard enough to not to waste all the talents you have been granted." Hua Fenglu looked him in the eye and kept talking, "This city is too small for you in the long term. Next year I believe you will reach the glory plane. Do you want to sail through the East Sea and go inland? My godfather asked me to leave here after I turn 18, but I still need to consult with my father and my godfather about this," Yi Futian responded. "The new year is coming soon. You should get home." "I'll tell Yu Xing to go home when he gets back," Hua Fenglu told him. Yi Futian nodded a little reluctantly. He looked at Hua Jieyu and said, "Fox, take care of your father after I'm gone." Hua Jieyu, however, felt angry. In fact, during the whole time this boy was living at their house she had done all the household work. Now he was just telling her to take care. "Oh my, you're finally leaving." Hua Jieyu seemed excited. "Hey, what's with the attitude?" Yi Futian felt heartbroken. "What do you think?" Hua Jieyu laughed at him. "I'm leaving now," Yi Futian told her. "Okay." Hua Jieyu smiled. Yi Futian walked to the door and looked back at her. "Seriously, I'm leaving. Just go." She was still smiling. Yi Futian sighed and waved to Mr. Hua. "See you next year, Professor." Then he left for home. After he left, the room became quiet suddenly. Hua Fenglu shook his head with a wry smile and said, "He made this place so lively, and now that he's gone, this silence almost feels unfamiliar." "You're too into this boy, Dad," Hua Jieyu joked to her dad. "Then what about you?" Hua Fenglu smiled at his daughter. "Me?" Hua Jieyu blinked her eyes and said, "I'm happy that he left. The 3 years is up. Someone already came here from the city of Donghai to inform me. Actually, you might also have to leave after the new year. Hua Fenglu turned his eyes to the snow outside. He felt lost. Hua Jieyu was shocked. She was reluctant to leave her father. She looked at the lonely figure of her father and said, "I don't want to leave. I want to stay here with you, Dad." "Silly girl, your mom is also missing you. Your family is not going to let you stay with me anymore. I am happy to have enjoyed your company over these 3 years." He patted his daughter on the head and kept speaking gently, "You may never see Yi Futian again. Moments ago may have actually been the final farewell for you guys, and you were just making fun of him." Hua Jieyu was tremendously shocked. Several minutes ago the boy had left, and they were joking with each other. Now, it was their farewell. "Jieyu, tell me, do you like this boy?" Hua Fenglu suddenly asked her. "What are you talking about, Dad?" Hua Jieyu was surprised again. She looked at her father, and it seemed that she was shy about answering this question. "That's just impossible." "Really?" Hua Fenglu smiled at his daughter. "You're turning 16 this year. You do have the right to decide your future, including whom to be with. You have not experienced much, so you don't understand that there are things and people in this world that once you miss them forever. I do like that boy. He's smart and talented. It seems to me that he's not going to waste his talents. More importantly, he looks like a playboy, but he is truly devoted to love. I'm pretty sure he is the same as I was at his age. Make your own decisions. Don't miss someone you really love forever. Think about my words these days. Remember, life is short. Do not have any regrets." Hua Jieyu was dumbfounded by what her father had just said. She hadn't realized that she might miss someone forever. The boy has been spending so much of his time with you, and you just take it for granted. But if you disappear from each other's lives, another beautiful girl will appear in his. You are not a couple yet, so do not just think that you are the only one for him in this world. Hua Fenglu smiled and left his daughter alone. Hua Jieyu started to think about this seriously for the first time. The feeling was intense, but the concept of love seemed to be pretty faint and unfamiliar to her. She always felt annoyed when Yi Futian was around in the house. However, when he was suddenly gone, she actually felt as if something was lost and even needed time to adapt. Her father had told her that she could miss someone forever, and thinking about this indeed gave her a sense of fear. Fear of the thought that she had just lost something precious. Chapter 31. The city of Qingzhou was an island city, located in the East Sea, surrounded by the water. The city of Qingzhou was an island city, located in the East Sea, surrounded by the water. On the vast ocean waters sailed a big ship, headed in the direction of Qingzhou City. On the deck stood multiple people suited in armor. They were a group of knights. There were 3 figures, a middle-aged man, 1 young man, and a young lady stood on the edge of the deck. The man looked dignified and imposing, the young man beside him was handsome, his eyes giving off a hint of evilness, and the young lady on his side looked cold and arrogant. However, her sex appeal was off the charts. "So, this is the city of Qingzhou?" The young man spoke while looking straight ahead. "That's right. Qingzhou City is an island city in the East Sea, but because there are many similar island cities in the East Sea, it doesn't stand out." "So, you've probably never heard of it before," explained the man. "That's true. If it weren't for you, I never would have found out about this island city." "Did someone like him really come from this small place?" asked the young man, unable to believe this. Even though the young man has always been haughty, when they spoke of him, he could not stop the fear-induced palpitations of his heart. "The information we have should be accurate. We were able to find some traces from the history books found in the East Sea Prefecture. The only thing we don't know is if he left anything behind in Qingzhou City," said the man. "Hopefully this won't be a wasted trip," said the young man, his lips curling into a smile. It was hard to imagine that the most legendary character in the divine prefectures of the East originated from this little island city. Emperor Yi Qing, a legend in the divine prefectures, along with the Great East Phoenix, ruled the divine prefectures for over 300 years. He died suddenly 15 years ago. His death is a mystery to this day. Nobody was brave enough to investigate the cause of his death, and his name had since become a taboo. However, traces he left behind in the East Sea Prefecture pointed to him leaving the prefecture and ending up in the city of Qingzhou. The ship sailed quickly, and as they got closer to shore, their view of Qingzhou city became clearer. On the shore stood many high authority figures. The city lord and authoritative figures of the Murong Chamber of Commerce waited deferentially. The people of Qingzhou city had no idea some very important people had arrived. Yi Futian was also oblivious to this. Walking down the familiar streets, the Yi house came into view. Yi Futian's steps relaxed. He had missed his family. Yi Futian is back, shouted a street vendor selling bing, a type of flat cake. Hello, Auntie Shi, greeted Yi Futian. Then, he turned to two older males playing chess not far away and called out, Uncle Wang, Grandpa Yun. Oh, you sweet boy. The Lin family's daughter is home. After the new year she'll be 15. She's looking prettier every day, laughed Uncle Wang. Uncle Lin, is Xiaoqing here? Yi Futian asked the shopkeeper of the restaurant next to where Uncle Wang and Grandpa Yun were playing chess. No, she's not here. You haven't been home in a while, hurry home, ushered Uncle Lin with a quick smile. He then turned to Uncle Wang with a glare. Yi Futian is home, a crisp voice rang throughout the restaurant. Go back to work, you brat, the shopkeeper reprimanded lowly. Yi Futian smiled and was on his way. He waved as he left, Xiaoqing, I'll come hang out another day. After he left, Uncle Wang said to shopkeeper Lin, Hey Lin, Yi Futian is the young master of the Yi family. Shouldn't you be glad that he wants to hang out with your daughter? Excuse me, that little devil has never taken anything seriously. How many girls around here have fallen for his words already? How can I let my daughter be around him? Shopkeeper Lin looked worn. He pitied the man whose daughter would fall in love with that little devil. Yi Futian weaved through the streets and came upon a private residence, separate from other buildings. Yi was engraved on the plaque above the main entrance. Two people stood guard on either side of the entrance. By the door was a white-haired, hunched figure. He looked out onto the streets and when he saw Yi Futian, his eyes lit up. Godfather, Yi Futian greeted the man. He made his way to the entrance of the residence in a light jog. What are you doing here, Godfather? Although his face did not look old, his white hair and hunched body made Yi Futian's godfather look oddly aged. He smiled at Yi Futian and said, It's already December. I thought it was about time you came up, so I was waiting here for you. By the way, why don't I see Yu Sheng with you? Yu Sheng is training on Mount Tianyao, explained Yi Futian. He walked closer to hold the older male by his arm. Godfather, your white hair has grown out even more. That's fine. I'm just happy and honored to see that you have grown up, smiled the old man. Godfather, you're talking nonsense again. Yi Futian did not know what to say when his godfather used the term honored. What do you mean, nonsense? A day will come when you understand what I mean, said the old man. He smiled and continued, Come, now, let's go home. Okay, let's go, answered Yi Futian. With a skip in his step, he arrived at the courtyard. His father, Yi Bacon, said, You brat, you have finally come home? Is it already the end of the year? Where have you been? Picking on girls? Yi Futian was speechless. Pops, I just got back. Can't I get some fatherly love? Yi Futian, don't mind your father. Let me take a good look at you. A beautiful and elegant woman walked out. It was Yi Futian's mother, Yi Ro. It was said that Yi Ro was not originally from Qingzhou city. She had met Yi Baichuan when he was traveling around to gain experience. Later, when she had gotten pregnant with Yi Futian, they came back to Qingzhou city together. I don't know how you lucked out and ended up with such a beautiful, genial woman, sighed Yi Futian as he looked at his father. Do you want to get beaten? Let's see if you're capable of bringing home a woman as great as your mother, Yi Baichuan said as he walked up to stand next to his wife. That's an easy enough task for me, it's just that I don't want to do it, said Yi Futian without shame. Yi Futian, you're boasting again, a beautiful girl said from outside. She looked to be a little younger than Yi Futian. She walked towards Yi Futian and his parents. She was an equally beautiful woman. It was Yi Baichuan's younger sister, Yi Rong, and her daughter, Yi Shaoqin, who had taken her mother's surname. Behind the two females were two more people. A middle-aged man was leading a young boy around the age of 13. They were Yi Baichuan's younger brother, Yi Donglu, and his son, Yi Mo. Uncle, auntie, greeted Yi Futian. Then he looked at the smiling girl and said, are you itching to get hit, Yi Shaoqin? Yi Shaoqin hid behind her mother, you're bullying me again. Don't forget, your dad is watching you. The whole lot began to laugh. Yi Mo stepped up and said, Yi Futian, your dad said that you're really powerful now. Is that true? Of course it's true. I've been cultivating in martial and divination arts. I'm approaching the glory plane, and countless people at the academy look up to me. Yi Futian said with a smile. Yi Mo looked at Yi Futian with distaste as he said, I almost believed you. Same, Yi Shaoqin chimed in. Yi Futian, enough with your lies. When are you going to bring a girl home? You better keep an eye on Feng Qingxue. She's pretty and talented, you might lose her to someone else, teased Yi Rong. Feng Qingxue. Yi Futian shook his head with a bitter smile. Seeing his reaction, everyone seemed to have everything figured out. It seemed like Yi Futian couldn't get her to be his. Alright now, it's rare to have the family gathered together like this, so let's go catch up while we eat, Yi Ro suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement, and they all headed for the dinner table. They chatted happily over a delicious meal that night. After dinner, people made their way back to their own homes. Yi Futian asked his father for a guqin and headed back to where he was staying. Not long after, the sounds of the instrument filled his room. Under the moonlight, everything seemed at peace. The next day, Yu Xing returned. He was now officially in the glory plane of martial art cultivation. Yi Futian was very happy for him. In the blink of an eye it was the last day of the year. The night came, but Qingzhou city was illuminated with lights. The streets were buzzing, and the skies were decorated with fireworks. At the Yi house, there was an area occupied with the sounds of the guqin. One person was elegantly playing the guqin while another person at his side sat cultivating on the ground. However, at this moment, Yu Xing opened his eyes to look at Yi Futian. Something did not seem right. The music stopped and Yi Futian lifted his head to stare at the moon, his mind was not at ease. Yi Futian, a white-haired elder walked in from the outside and looked at Yi Futian. This piece can put the mind at ease, yet you are restless. A messy mind results in a messy performance. I don't know what's going on either, said Yi Futian with a bitter smile. From your music, I could feel happiness, longing, and melancholy. You have truly grown up now, the elder said lightly. Who's the girl? Godfather. Yi Futian was shocked. He looked to Yu Xing, only to see him shake his head in denial. He had not told his father about Yi Futian. So, there really was longing, questioned his godfather. Yi Futian shook his head with a bitter smile. Godfather, did I let you down by not focusing on what I was supposed to? Silly child, this is the journey to adulthood. Who in history hasn't been troubled with matters of love? Asked the white-haired elder. He approached Yi Futian's side and continued, I'm not opposed to you dating, but she should be worthy of your love. You must remember, your other half will become a motherly model to the nation in the future. Yi Futian lifted his head to look at the elder. Naturally, Yi Futian knew that his godfather held high hopes for him since childhood. His hopes for Yi Futian were so high that they exceeded his own expectations. Godfather, I'm afraid of letting you down, Yi Futian said quietly. Believe in yourself, just like I believe in you, the elder said as he patted Yi Futian's shoulder. Let's go, your family is waiting for you. The guests from the Feng family have also arrived. Okay. Yu Sheng, let's go together, Yi Futian said to Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng, you stay. I have something I want to talk to you about, said the elder. All right, Yi Futian nodded and left the quarters. After his departure, a gust of wind shut the doors of Yi Futian's living quarters. The elder looked at Yu Sheng. Show me your life spirit. Yu Sheng stood and focused. His eyes glowed fearfully with a bright light and a course of energy radiated from his body fiercely. The spiritual qi in the surrounding area began to flow crazily. A suit of armor appeared on his body and his life spirit appeared. Right now, Yu Sheng was godlike. That's good enough, nodded the elder. Yu Sheng withdrew his life spirit. The look in his eyes returned to normal. Yu Sheng, you must remember, you will forever be Yi Futian's deadliest weapon and his sturdiest shield. There will come a day when your name will be written down in the history books, urged the elder. Yu Sheng was not sure he completely understood his father's words. All he knew was that he would forever protect Yi Futian, and it was not only because his father told him to do so. Chapter 32. The Yi family gathered to spend New Year's Eve together with a feast. Feng Ruhai's family came to visit as well. Even though the two families had been good friends for decades, it was the first time Feng Ruhai had come to visit on New Year's Eve. The Yi family gathered to spend New Year's Eve together with a feast. Feng Ruhai's family came to visit as well. Even though the two families had been good friends for decades, it was the first time Feng Ruhai had come to visit on New Year's Eve. Uncle Feng, Yi Futian greeted Feng Ruhai, then sat in between Yi Shaoqin and Yi Mo. You will officially be 16 years old after tonight, Yi Futian. You look more and more handsome, Feng Ruhai complimented. As a result of the constant cultivation that Yi Futian was going through, he now looked more charming than ever. He had become a thin young man with a handsome face, like a model. Feng Qingxue kept looking at Yi Futian from afar. She still couldn't forget what had happened at the academy 1 month before, when the young man had been standing with another beautiful girl in the snow, and they fought against the authority together. Yi Futian had used to make fun of her all the time, and she had believed that this boy would be around her forever. But now, there was a certain distance between them. What if she had never talked to Yi Futian in that horrible manner? This boy has only inherited about 30% of my looks, Yi Baichuan said. But Qingxue is growing ever more beautiful, she's just too gorgeous to be your blood, Yi Baichuan joked. Feng Ruhai was speechless, so he gave Yi Baichuan a stare. Stop boasting. Why have these kids not gotten engaged? Yi Rong, Yi Futian's aunt, smiled and cut into the conversation. Yi Futian was shocked by this while panic flashed across Feng Qingxue's eyes. She lowered her head to avoid the glances cast on her. Feng Ruhai looked at Yi Futian, and Yi Rong kept talking. Brother, why are you looking at him? I know this boy so well. Really, he would be laughing all night if Qingxue said yes to this engagement. Yes, yes, Yi Futian loves beautiful girls. Yi Shaoqin was speaking for her mother. Looks like you're getting lucky, bro, Yi Mo mumbled to Yi Futian. Yi Futian felt awkward that no one had even bothered to ask what his opinion was. Qingxue, my girl, what do you say? Yi Rong looked at Feng Qingxue. Feng Qingxue's face turned red from all the attention. She snuck a look at Yi Futian and soon was reminded of the time when another girl was standing up for Yi Futian. She suddenly felt disappointed and shook her head. He's too good for me, Aunt Yi. She had just rejected the suggestion. Yi Rong was a bit embarrassed, but she smiled and said, it's fine. You're still young, and there is enough time for you to foster your relationship. Nah, it's not happening. Yi Shaoqin was trying to relieve her cousin. That's too bad, bro, Yi Mo mumbled to his cousin. Futian, you need to work harder, and I believe Qingxue will finally accept you someday, Yi Donglu, Yi Futian's uncle, also said. They all thought that Yi Futian had just been rejected by the girl. Yi Futian remained silent and nodded. Actually, he didn't care about what the others were thinking. Soon, someone approached the Yi home. A guard from the house came in with a message. Someone is looking for Mr. Yi Futian outside the door. For me. Yi Futian had no idea who it was. Go ahead, Yi Baichuan told him. Sure, Yi Futian nodded and followed the guard. After he left, Yi Rong started talking with Feng Qingxue again. Qingxue, you guys have grown up together for so many years. Just give him some time and a chance to prove himself. Feng Qingxue was now even more embarrassed. Still, she was curious about who was waiting outside. Right at that moment, Yi Futian stepped out of the door. He recognized the gorgeous figure waiting outside quietly. He was so surprised that suddenly a bright smile showed up on his face. Wow, you missed me? Hua Jieyu glared at him and said, Dad told me that the city would be lively tonight, so I thought I should go out for a walk. I noticed that this is the Yes place, so I was wondering if it was your home. It looks like I guessed right. Wow, such a coincidence. Yi Futian fluttered his lashes, and he looked at the girl with a weird expression like he was concealing his laughter. Deep inside, he felt really surprised by this unexpected visit. Mind if I join you for the walk? Yi Futian asked. I'm right outside your home. Why don't you be a friendly host and invite me inside? The cute manner in which Hua Jieyu asked the question almost melted Yi Futian's heart. Yi Futian was surprised by this offer. Bringing a girl home on New Year's Eve was like meeting the parents for an engagement. You're not willing to? Hua Jieyu asked with a smile, sensing the boy's embarrassment. How could I say no? Even if you're ugly, I would still be willing to bring you to meet my family. Yi Futian was picking on her, and Hua Jieyu pretended that she was mad about the joke. She smiled at Yi Futian and condensed the power around her again. Ugly? Ha! Gentlemen never fight. Yi Futian felt the threat in her gesture. He turned back and ran. Am I ugly? Tell me. Hua Jieyu chased after him, laughing. Fine, what if I call you my pretty wife? Yi Futian responded. Yi Futian. They ran away. The guards exchanged glances. One said with awe, Jesus, he's so good with girls. Too good, another guy agreed. This fairy-like girl just asked to meet the parents. They realized that being shameless was somehow attractive to girls, even beautiful ones like Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian walked into the feast together. Hua Jieyu asked him, Is your whole family here for New Year's? Yes, it's our tradition. Yi Futian nodded, and soon they were beside the table. People in the room were quite shocked that Yi Futian had brought a gorgeous girl to the table at this specific moment. What a beautiful girl! Yi Mo was shocked by his cousin. Yi Rong blinked. She looked at Hua Jieyu, then Feng Qingxue. She had to admit that the newcomer was so much more beautiful. Feng Qingxue had never imagined that Hua Jieyu would just show up at the Yi family's home at that particular moment, in such a meaningful situation. She felt extremely disappointed. She lowered her head and clenched the hem of her skirt in her hands. Futian, introduce the girl please, Yi Rong said. This is Hua Jieyu, Yi Futian started introducing, she is. My professor's daughter. Professor's daughter? The people smiled and some type of understanding showed in their eyes. Hua Jieyu's cheeks turned a bit hot and even felt a little panic, but she did not reject this feeling. In fact, she even felt happy about it. Why are you still standing there? Come have a seat. Yi Baichuan soon recognized who she was. He had a feeling that something was going on between this girl and his son when they had met after the fall quarter exam. However, he never anticipated that his son was good enough to successfully bring her back home in such a short time. Yi Mo gave his spot to Hua Jieyu so that she could sit next to Yi Futian. After the introduction, Hua Jieyu started greeting the family members one by one in a sweet manner. Yi Futian was surprised. She had never treated him in such a manner before. Hey, Yi Futian, how did you manage to trick her into coming here? Yi Shaoqin asked her cousin. My amazing looks, obviously. Yi Futian smiled at his cousin. Yi Shaoqin looked at her cousin with contempt. No matter how handsome he was, the girl sitting next to him had no match. In fact, Yi Shaoqing never imagined that there could be a girl as beautiful as Hua Jieyu. After sitting down, Hua Jieyu did nothing but sit there quietly. However, the whole atmosphere had changed since her arrival. Soon after, Feng Qingxue mumbled to her father, "Dad, I'm full now. Let's just go home." "Okay," Feng Ruhai nodded. Then the Feng family said goodbye and left. Yi Rong noticed that Feng Qingxue's eyes avoided the boy and girl sitting together. She suddenly realized that what Feng Qingxue had said was right, rather than an excuse for rejection. "Dad, Mom, I'm going to take Jieyu out for a walk," Yi Futian said. "Sure, go ahead. Take care of her," Yi Baichuan responded. "Sure, we will," Yi Futian answered, then they left the house together. Colorful fireworks were everywhere above the city, and the area of Qingzhou Lake had the best view of them all. People were rafting in the lake, some of them families, and others couples. The restaurants on the shore were full of people. All of them were enjoying the beautiful scenery while drinking. "It's beautiful here." Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian had come to a stop. While looking at the scenery around them, the happiness could be read in the girl's eyes. "It is not as beautiful as you are," Yi Futian said. Hua Jieyu gave him a spiteful glance, but deep inside she was happy from being complimented like this. She had never felt this unique happiness before. This was apparently the first awakening of love for the 16-year-old girl. Hua Jieyu walked all around the place. There was a lot of entertainment going on. Lantern riddles, magic tricks. Yi Futian kept following her. The cute smile on her face suddenly melted all the depression he had had these days. He finally realized that he could not be at peace without her. They had only spent 3 months together, but it was such a joyful time that they were already attached to each other without realizing it. On the shore of the lake, Hua Jieyu saw many tourists placing wish lanterns onto the water. She bought one, put it on the lake, closed her eyes, and made her wish. "I'm done," she opened her eyes and told Yi Futian. "What was your wish?" Yi Futian asked. "I'm not telling you," Hua Jieyu smiled at him. Then she looked at the sky, where the bright fireworks show was going on, and mumbled to Yi Futian, "Are we in a relationship now?" Yi Futian hesitated. He had not expected to be asked like this. "What kind of relationship?" Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Hua Jieyu looked up at the sky rather than at Yi Futian. But in the next moment, Yi Futian felt a tender hand touch his arm as if looking for something. Yi Futian reached over and grabbed the hand. A smile appeared on his lips. Feeling the softness of the hand, he squeezed it a little. Hua Jieyu blushed. She mumbled, "That kind of relationship." Yi Futian closed his eyes, then opened them again. Together, they enjoyed the bright fireworks together, holding hands, like all happy couples would do. It was the first time Yi Futian realized that a fox could be so cute and silly. It seemed like time had stopped and everything had fallen silent. Neither of them spoke to the other. However, Yi Futian believed that the smile on Hua Jieyu's face was even brighter than the fireworks. Chapter 33. The two coasts of Lake Qinghai were where the best restaurants in the city were. All of them had a picturesque view of the water. The two coasts of Lake Qinghai were where the best restaurants in the city were. All of them had a picturesque view of the water. There was a group of people seated at the best table in one of those restaurants, enjoying the beautiful sight. Murong Qiu sat amongst this group. However, he was just a side character. Seated at the same table were people of a higher position than him. At the head of the table was a young man, Xia Fan. He was a big character from the East Sea Prefecture, and beside him sat the son of the city lord, Wei Feng. "Murong Qiu, any news from Mount Tianyao?" asked Xia Fan. "Our people are still clearing the mountains. We got some news this afternoon saying that they found a mysterious area. It's possible that something could be hidden there," Murong Qiu reported. "If this goes on, my people will have to be buried on Mount Tianyao. Shouldn't both of our groups send some more people over?" suggested Xia Fan. I will bring it up with my father when I return, said Murong Qiu. Wei Feng also nodded in agreement. Okay, said Xia Fan. He then added, I hope you were not mistaken. The pavilion lord of the Earth Elemental Pavilion is my father's. My younger brother and I took care of everything personally. There's no way I could have been mistaken. There was definitely something that looked like a dragon at Mount Tianyao, Murong Qiu reassured him. All right. Xia Fan turned his attention to outside the window. As fireworks filled the sky, two figures by the lake stood out to him. He was captivated by the girl's beauty. He pointed in their direction and asked, Who are they? Murong Qiu looked over. His face frowned when he saw who Xia Fan was pointing at. Hua Jieyu, the daughter of Qingzhou City's ace, Hua Fenglu, and Yi Futian. He used to be a disciple of Qingzhou Academy, but left after rebelling against the academy. He is now Hua Fenglu's disciple, Murong Qiu explained. Hua Fenglu. As in the Qin devil Hua Fenglu? Asked the man sitting beside Xia Fan. My father did some research on him. He really is known as the Qin devil in the city of Donghai, Murong Qiu replied. If this is true, then that must be the daughter of Hua Fenglu and her. The man went into deep thought. He's the one who had his powers disabled by the art saint? Xia Fan began to show interest. He would never have expected to meet such a legendary character from Donghai City here. That's right, confirmed the man. That girl is a member of that family, so it's best if you don't try anything with her. It'll only be trouble. He knew exactly what type of person Xia Fan was and felt the need to warn him. I know my limits. Let's go say hello, said Xia Fan. He smiled, then got up and began walking out of the restaurant. The man followed behind him, as did the rest of the group. They all left the restaurant and headed toward Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. At this moment, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were enjoying the view, but something felt amiss. They turned their heads and saw the lot headed in their direction. Yi Futian noticed Murong Qiu amongst them and was curious as to what he was up to. Miss Hua Jieyu, I am Xia Fan of the East Sea Prefecture. Xia Fan stopped in front of Hua Jieyu, his devilish eyes could not hide his admiration for her. No female he had ever met could compare to her beauty. Can I help you with something? Hua Jieyu's tone was cold and aloof. I've always admired the Qin devil's skills but have not had the honor of meeting him in person. To be able to run into you here is such an honor. Sorry to have disturbed you, but if you are willing, please come join us at the restaurant for a meal, said Xia Fan. His smile was warm and inviting. Yi Futian furrowed his brows. He was completely invisible to this guy. No, said Hua Jieyu. Even though she was smiling, one could feel that she was trying to distance herself. Besides Xia Fan, everyone had a strange look on their faces. Was she really going to be so blunt with him? I shall be excused then. It took a minute for Xia Fan to speak again. As soon as he turned his back, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced with a stone-cold demeanor. Mood ruined, complained Yi Futian. His hand reached out to try and grab Hua Jieyu's. What are you trying to do? Asked Hua Jieyu. She laughed and pulled her hand away. I thought our relationship was now confirmed, said Yi Futian innocently. Yeah, hasn't our relationship already been confirmed? Teased Hua Jieyu. Fox, how can you do this to me? Yi Futian felt wronged. So, he couldn't touch her now that they're dating? Doing what to you? Laughed Hua Jieyu. Now that we're dating, you are forbidden from flirting with other girls. Also, you have to come to me, no matter where I am. No, our relationship hasn't reached that point yet. Yi Futian felt like he was being scammed. Just you try. Father said that you're not trustworthy, and told me to hurry home. I have to go back. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian. She did not want to leave him. They were going to have to part tomorrow. Would he be upset at her for leaving? Yi Futian looked sad. Hua Jieyu could not bear to see him like this. She reached her hand out to him. However, Yi Futian did not take her hand. He continued to look at her. Do you really have to leave? Hua Jieyu knew when Yi Futian said leave, he did not simply mean they're parting right now. Parting ways after falling in love with one another, followed by a long journey to reunite. I never imagined my love life to be so melodramatic. Don't you think you're being a little unfair to me? Yi Futian searched for something in her eyes. He obviously knew the kind of person she was after having spent months together. Even after realizing her feelings for him, there was no way she would pursue him actively. Plus, after what she had said before, Yi Futian knew exactly what was going on. Hua Jieyu had a sad look in her eyes. She looked down when she felt her eyes begin to water. She did not know how to explain it to him. "What do you want me to do?" she whispered, lifting her head to meet his eyes once again. Looking down at her flawless face and puppy dog eyes, Yi Futian felt his heart melt. If it's going to be melodramatic, so be it. Who told me to fall for a fox? The power of beauty was so great. Hearing his words, she smiled, and her mood picked up. She looked at Yi Futian and said softly, "Okay, I'll make it up to you. What if I don't leave tonight and stay with you?" Aren't we going a little too fast?" asked Yi Futian, bright-eyed. "Tonight? Stay with him?" Upon seeing the perverted look on his face, Hua Jieyu lifted her foot to stomp on Yi Futian. "What kind of dirty thoughts are you having? I didn't mean it like that." "Like what?" Yi Futian blinked at her innocently. "You." "I regret everything I just said," she said. Before she could turn to leave, Yi Futian grabbed her by the arm and said, "I'll walk you back." "Okay," Hua Jieyu nodded quietly, not trying to fight him on the subject. She let Yi Futian take her hand as they walked. "Let's go take a boat," said Yi Futian. She nodded again, and they walked to the dock. After boarding the boat, they sailed down Lake Qinghai. On the lake were many other boats. The surface of the water reflected the sky, lit up with fireworks. The couple sat next to each other at the front of the boat, leaning on one another like a picture, which attracted looks of admiration from passengers on passing boats. From across the water, a boat occupied by several people approached them. Two of them were shocked to see Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. General Qin, senior sister Qin Yi Futian called out to greet them. General Qin was dressed casually. He looked like any ordinary person, spending New Year's Eve with his family. Seeing who Yi Futian was with, General Qin gave him a thumbs up. "How romantic," teased Qin Yi. Yi Futian chuckled as if he was caught doing something wrong. Another boat floated past them and they heard someone say, "Senior sister, you have a really nice figure." By reflex, Yi Futian nodded and he hummed in agreement. He realized what he had just done immediately and turned towards Hua Jieyu, only to see her smiling wryly at him. "But I still like you better," he blurted out quickly. She huffed and turned away from him to stare ahead. Next, she felt an arm wrap around her waist. At first, she froze, but then her body relaxed, tilting toward him, and she laid her head on his shoulder. At that moment, everything was peaceful and beautiful. They felt closer than they ever had. By the time Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu made their way back to her residence at Qingzhou Academy, it was already late at night. Compared to the busy city streets, the campus was dead silent. Hua Fenglu had already gone to sleep. Stepping into her room, Hua Jieyu realized Yi Futian was still following behind her and her face flushed red. "You're not going to kick me out this late at night, are you? It's dangerous out there." Yi Futian got his words in before Hua Jieyu could say anything. When he saw how hard she was glaring at him, he added, "Do you have the heart to do that?" "You have your own room," she said to the shameless young man. "You're leaving tomorrow. I just want to spend a little more time with you. I don't even know when I'm going to be able to see you again," he told her in a soft voice. Even though Hua Jieyu knew he was just trying to sweet-talk her, her heart still softened. She'd allow this as compensation. Walking next to the bed, she took off her outerwear, revealing her curvaceous figure. Yi Futian's eyes lit up. Hua Jieyu chuckled as she watched him. "How's my figure?" "Perfect," answered Yi Futian, feeling a bit warm. Hua Jieyu felt proud. She then climbed in between her sheets and had her back facing him as she blushed hard. What a tease! Complained Yi Futian. Women really did hold grudges. I can't see you this way, said Yi Futian, but Hua Jieyu ignored him. However, she turned around to face him moments later and said, Stay there, don't come any closer. After that, she closed her eyes and tried to fall asleep. Yi Futian sat there quietly and admired her beauty. Looking at her brought him warmth. It seemed like a long time had passed when Hua Jieyu opened her eyes again to find that Yi Futian was still watching her. Gently, she whispered, I can't fall asleep. Let me play a song for you, he said lovingly. He left his seat, and seconds later the sound of the guqin floated into her room. It was peaceful and serene. The song flowed beautifully, full of love, but also with a hint of sadness. Hua Jieyu closed her eyes once again and drifted off to sleep. Quietly, 2 streams of tears rolled off her smiling face. So, this was love. The warmth of a first love, the fluttering of your heart when he held your hand, and the sadness of parting. Divine Prefecture Calendar, Year 10,000. The morning of the first day of the new year. A large black eagle descended upon Qingzhou Academy. It waited outside of Hua Fengliu's residence. Inside, Hua Jieyu was getting ready. Dressed in a long green dress, she lived up to her name as a goddess. Her beautiful smile never left her face. As she approached the entrance of the residence, she looked back at Yi Futian. He was still playing the guqin. However, his eyes were fixed on her. They looked into each other's eyes and shared a smile. The look they shared bore a million unsaid words. There was no promise to be together forever, no promises of till death do us part, just one smile. After that, Hua Jieyu left. She settled atop the black eagle and then was off into the sky. Very quickly, they disappeared into the clouds. Yi Futian continued to play his instrument. Beside him, a handsome figure dressed in white stood silently and watched Yi Futian. Chapter 34, Yi Futian played the guqin for a long while before he stopped. He sighed with a particular sadness. He felt empty deep inside after his fox was gone. Yi Futian played the guqin for a long while before he stopped. He sighed with a particular sadness. He felt empty deep inside after his fox was gone. Stop your fake sadness. The city of Qingzhou belongs to East Sea Prefecture, and the city of Donghai is the capital. You can get there simply by sailing through the East Sea, and I don't believe that you don't know this. Hua Fenglu looked at Yi Futian and said, I know you'll leave once you reach the glory plane. With your talent and effort, it would be several months at most. Don't tell me you have no interest in this. Yi Futian blinked his eyes and looked at Hua Fenglu. As much as you already know, could you please just save me some honor? To reveal my plan like this makes me sound like a horrible person. How far did you go last night? Hua Fenglu asked Yi Futian with a smirk. Yi Futian felt really embarrassed and stressed. He had finally realized there was a difference between a professor and a father-in-law. Apparently, Mr. Hua was transitioning between the two roles smoothly. His embarrassment actually made Hua Fenglu laugh. He told Yi Futian, just stay here until you reach the glory plane. You'll make it soon. Sure, father-in-law. Yi Futian understood Mr. Hua's plan. Now his professor was supervising him on behalf of his girlfriend, and the only way to regain freedom was to reach the glory plane. You glib-tongued boy, Hua Fenglu smiled at him and said, I will teach you the songs I gave you before. Yes, sir. Yi Futian nodded. Since this man was going to be his father-in-law, there was no reason not to obey his orders. Time passed by and the students of Qingzhou Academy came back to school after the break. Yuxing went to Mr. Hua's place to look for Yi Futian. Sometimes they went to Mount Tianyao for cultivation, sometimes they practiced songs in the yard. One day, Yi Futian was sitting in the pavilion with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he felt that something was happening in his soul. He focused and all the fire element spiritual chi of the universe gathered into a scarlet form around his body. It was dusk, and the orange sunlight fell on his body. Yi Futian started freedom meditation to perceive the vast essence of the universe. Soon after, constant flames concentrated over his body. It was not merely just spiritual qi at all. In fact, it had taken solid form, and the space around Yi Futian was turned into flaming territory. Now his spiritual qi comes into form. Hua Fenglu happened to pass by and noticed the new progress made by Yi Futian. He smiled, genuinely pleased and proud. Yi Futian opened his eyes. He laughed and mumbled, "That's the glory plane of sorcery for me." "Professor," he greeted Hua Fenglu. "Since you have reached a new level of sorcery, the next step should be to break through in your martial arts." Hua Fenglu smiled and told him, then gave Yi Futian a letter. "Hua Jiayu sent it." "Fox sent me a letter?" Yi Futian's eyes twinkled. He snatched the letter and could not wait to open it. The letter said, "You lecherous boy, I dare you not to flirt, or even talk, with other girls while I am away. I know it's just unfair to you that I had to leave. But I promise you that when you come to Donghai City, I will compensate you for everything, big time." "Compensate me for everything?" Yi Futian felt excited about this everything. He could not stop thinking about Hua Jiayu's beautiful face and her curvy body that he saw the night before she left. In fact, he almost wanted to leave now. This girl knew him so well that she was throwing him a daring temptation. "How do you want to reply?" Hua Fenglu smiled at Yi Futian. "Professor, you peeked at the letter before giving it to me, didn't you?" Yi Futian demanded when he saw Hua Fenglu's eyes. On the envelope of the letter was written, "Yi Futian's eyes only." "Huh, why do you think that I would do that?" Hua Fenglu tried to sound harsh. However, it didn't work at all. The way Yi Futian looked at him indicated that he didn't believe him at all. "The messenger bird is still here. Reply soon, or I'll let her go." Hua Fenglu changed the topic. Yi Futian was frustrated. His professor was shameless too. "Help me reply and just say, Fox, wait for me," Yi Futian told Hua Fenglu because he didn't dare add anything else to the reply, since it was apparently being monitored by his father-in-law. "Okay." Hua Fenglu smiled and left. This snooping had severely damaged the image of his greatness in Yi Futian's mind. Bang, bang. Someone was stomping on the ground outside. Yi Futian felt like it was almost as strong as an earthquake. Soon, he saw it was Yu Sheng who was charging into the place. He was running so fast that his harsh steps actually cracked the ground. What's going on? Yi Futian knew that there must be a reason for him to be in such a rush. A monster tide is coming. Yu Sheng was serious. Yi Futian was shocked by this news. According to the historical profile, there had been several monster tides over the course of the city's history, and every one of them had been considered catastrophic. Countless people died because of these disasters. The tide stopped 300 years ago when the nation was unified. In fact, the main reason that Qingzhou Academy was built near Mount Tianyao was to prevent the monster tide. Fortunately, a monster tide had not come once during the last 300 years. It had been such a long time that people had almost forgotten how horrifying it was. Hua Fenglu heard what he said, and he suddenly rushed to Yu Sheng's side. "Yu Sheng, are you sure that this is a monster tide?" "Definitely," Yu Sheng nodded, "and it was possibly man-made. I actually saw some powerful sorcerers driving the monster herd." "Man-made?" Yi Futian and Hua Fenglu felt terrible about this. The people who had started this monster tide were committing such a serious felony. If the monster herd in Mount Tianyao broke out of the restricted area, thousands of people would die. "I will inform the academy." "Yi Futian, go find General Qin and his daughter," Hua Fenglu commanded. Yi Futian nodded. He knew that the Dark Kailan Knighthood under the command of General Qin was the most reliable force to help guard the city. If there was indeed a monster tide coming to the city, the force of Dark Kailan Knighthood needed to be activated. They didn't even think about seeking any help from the city lord. He had been nominated by the provincial government and was not a native of the city. It was possible he would be the first one to leave when such a crisis came. Hua Fenglu hurried to the academy right after he made the command. "Let's move," Yi Futian told Yu Sheng. They left the house, then ran to the location of the Dark Kailan knighthood. The official students and general students of Qingzhou Academy were located in different regions. The areas for the cultivation of martial arts and divination arts were also separate. The School of Martial Arts was located on the mountainside. The arrival of Yi Futian and Yu Sheng quickly raised a lot of attention. They had become quite famous even among the official students. In fact, most of the students had witnessed the fight when Haiyan Academy intruded and challenged them. "Why are you here?" someone asked. "I'm here for Miss Qin." "Do you know where she is?" Yi Futian said. "Looks like it's an emergency." The student looked at Yi Futian. "However, since you have quit the academy, you are not allowed to enter according to the rules." "This is urgent," Yi Futian insisted. The student realized that Yi Futian was here to warn of something serious. Then he said, "I saw Miss Qin go to the place of the Dark Kailan. I guess she was going to hone her riding and archery skills. Go ahead and find her." "Thanks," Yi Futian responded, then ran to the practice area of the Dark Kailan knighthood. However, on his way there, some people blocked him. Mo Lanshan looked at Yi Futian with contempt and said, "This is the School of Martial Arts. You are not allowed to enter this place. Leave now. I have an emergency for Miss Qin. A monster tide is coming to the city." Yi Futian remembered this guy. The first time his natal spirit awakened, Mo Lanshan had invited Yu Sheng to join the Dark Kailan, and then tried to humiliate Yi Futian badly. A student from the School of Sorcery had once told Yi Futian that Mo Lanshan had feelings for Miss Qin. It looked like he was jealous now. A monster tide hasn't occurred for more than 300 years in this city. How could this be true without even a slight sign? Even if it was true, how are you the first one to see it coming? Stop trying to look for Qin Yi with such a lame excuse, boy, Mo Lanshan responded in a cold voice. When he was with Qin Yi, he had always talked maliciously about Yi Futian, but what Yi Futian had done just made him look like a total fool. Qin Yi had a bone to pick with him because of his contempt for Yi Futian. What was intolerable for him was that Yi Futian used to flirt with Qin Yi so often. They had even hugged. "I have no time for games with you. Back off." Yi Futian meant it. He knew that Yu Sheng would not give a false alarm for such an emergency. If the city were unprepared for the monster tide, buildings would be wiped out and thousands would die. Mo Lanshan was humiliated by Yi Futian's attitude. He believed that Yi Futian was embarrassing him only because of his contempt in the past. "People say that Hua Jieyu has left the city. No wonder you're so desperate. Even someone as talented as you can't be matched with a perfect beauty like her, am I right? And you just changed your target?" Mo Lanshan started to humiliate Yi Futian, believing that Yi Futian was after Qin Yi because he had failed to pursue Hua Jieyu. Bang! Yu Sheng stomped on the ground, a frenzy of energy all around his body. The group around Mo Lanshan frowned at Yu Sheng, and they prepared to fight. Someone said, "This is our place. You better not try to fight us here." Yi Futian stared at Mo Lanshan. He was determined, knowing that it was the only way to solve this meaningless quarrel. "Yu Sheng, are you ready?" Yi Futian asked. "Sure," Yu Sheng nodded. Yi Futian gave a simple order. "Go!" As soon as he finished the command, Yu Sheng charged right toward the group to attack them. Chapter 35. As Yu Sheng took a few steps forward, a golden force field surrounded him, just like golden armor. As Yu Sheng took a few steps forward, a golden force field surrounded him, just like golden armor. Mo Lanshan and his people looked very serious. Everyone charged at Yu Sheng with long spears gripped tightly in their hands. A loud explosion erupted from a single punch from Yu Sheng. Even his fist that he used to enclose the tip of an attacking spear was golden. The point of the weapon was enveloped by his fist when a cracking sound was heard. The point had been broken off by the enormous amount of strength exerted by Yu Sheng. Yi Futian continued to charge forward. He had no time to waste on these people. However, Mo Lanshan had no intentions of letting him pass. Avoiding Yu Sheng, Mo Lanshan aimed his ice-frosted spear at Yi Futian. Yi Futian did not slow down his steps. While in a light sprint, he reached out both of his hands. In a second, bursts of lightning flashed around him. With the movement of his hands, a storm of lightning and thunder was projected toward Mo Lanshan. Excursive sorcery. You're a glory plane sorcerer. Knights observing the battle were shocked. The speed in which Yi Futian was cultivating was unbelievable. Sorcerers had a natural advantage in battles with knights. Even though Mo Lanshan was a 3-starred glory plane knight, he still did not dare underestimate his opponents, especially if it was Yi Futian. The intent of battle flowed through the spear, forming a white light around the weapon. Mo Lanshan waved his spear around, and the white light enlarged to cascade around his body, but it was no use against Yi Futian's storm attacks. However, his defensive spear spell was able to create an impenetrable force field around him. Yi Futian still did not stop proceeding. He was closing in on Mo Lanshan. As a sorcerer, he was supposed to keep his distance while battling with a knight, but he chose to ignore this rule. It was easy to tell how confident he was. How presumptuous. Mo Lanshan looked a bit embarrassed. Then, he saw Yi Futian swipe downwards. Almost simultaneously, the thunderous force formed into a flash of lightning, cutting straight through his force field. A spell, the Thunder Lash. Even though it was only an awakening-level spell, when used by Yi Futian, it was different. It collected an enormous amount of thunderous force and contained the powers of the glory plane. To add to this, Yi Futian was a mandate sorcerer. His ability to perceive these spells was naturally stronger than others. When he applied these things to his spells, every attack he made would be more powerful than that of others in the same plane. The lash continued cutting down, the spear in Mo Lanshan's hand shook and was ready to take on the lash. However, at that same moment, Yi Futian's body became engulfed in flames. Raging flames were radiating off his body and made their way towards Mo Lanshan. Another spell, the Burning of Silence. Although it exhausted a large amount of fire elemental spiritual chi, its destructiveness was frightening. It was considered a close-range spell. The look on Mo Lanshan's face changed drastically. He quickly summoned all the spiritual chi in his body and created a force field. It acted as an armor to protect him against the attack of the Burning of Silence. Yi Futian's attacks were so quick that it made it difficult for Mo Lanshan to retaliate. The Burning of Silence was a spell feared by bi-elemental sorcerers because it was able to continuously release spells of different elements for a short period of time. Boom! A fist came down on Mo Lanshan's poorly defended head. He was propelled directly to the ground, blood gushing violently from his wound. Yi Futian simply stepped over Mo Lanshan's body, not even bothering to spare him a glance. Onlookers felt bad for Mo Lanshan. Though Yi Futian had not said a single insulting word, his disregard for Mo Lanshan was even more insulting. Sorcerers were, indeed, stronger than cultivators of martial arts, but Yi Futian was not exactly an ordinary sorcerer. When the bystanders looked back to the other battle going on, they saw that Yu Sheng had defeated multiple high-leveled martial arts cultivators. They were confused. Yu Sheng was not using any sorcery, just the pure power of martial arts. These two were monsters. When Yi Futian made it to the training grounds, he saw Qin Yi sitting on top of a black qilin, practicing archery. Qin Yi gave off an air of valiance with her hair tied up. Her figure looked extraordinary in the tightly fitted clothing she wore, but Yi Futian was in no mood to stop and admire this view. He called out to her, "Senior Sister Qin." She followed his voice and was confused to see him. She dismounted the black qilin and jogged towards Yi Futian. Still a distance away from him, she asked, "What are you doing here?" "There may be a monster tide erupting on Mount Tianyao. You should inform General Qin as soon as possible," said Yi Futian. Her gaze froze and her face fell. She then sprinted towards the black qilin and mounted the creature. As they were about to pass by Yi Futian, she said, "Hop on, we'll talk as we go." Something sparked in his eyes and he got on behind Qin Yi without hesitation. "What happened?" asked Qin Yi, worried. "A monster tide could only mean calamity. Yu Sheng has been training on Mount Tianyao and noticed it," replied Yi Futian. Qin Yi looked serious and said, "Hold on to me." "Ugh." Yi Futian hesitated but eventually grabbed onto her when he lost his balance as the black qilin rose into the air. He smiled bitterly and thought to himself, "Fox, I'm not doing this on purpose." On the ground, the people of the School of Martial Arts were speechless as they looked up at the sky to witness this scene. Why was his shameless jerk so popular with beautiful girls? First, it was Hua Jieyu, and now that she was gone he was trying to make a move on the goddess Qin Yi. "You bastard!" Mo Lanshan had just gotten his senses back when he witnessed the scene as well. Boom! He did not notice when Yu Sheng came back. A punch landed on his face and Mo Lanshan was thrown on the ground once again. After hitting Mo Lanshan, Yu Sheng looked up to see Yi Futian leaving with Qin Yi and quietly made his way back home alone. He was mentally cursing Yi Futian as well. He really was a bastard. In the sky above the city of Qingzhou, the black qilin soared in one specific direction. It was going fast and the wind was whipping against their faces. The situation that Yi Futian and Qin Yi were in was rather questionable, but he had no time to think about that. His only thought was that they had to reach their destination quickly. However, before they could get there, they noticed a whole flock of black qilins up ahead soaring through the sky. Seeing this, Yi Futian thought, could it be that word had already reached General Qin? They caught up with the group very quickly. The person leading the group looked surprised to see Qin Yi. "Young Mississippi, what are you guys doing here?" Qin Yi was equally surprised. "A monster tide is about to wash through the city of Qingzhou," the leader answered. "I came for the same reason." "Looks like father already knows." "Where is he?" asked Qin Yi. "He's taking care of some business by Lake Qinghai." "We rushed here first," explained the leader. "Okay then. You guys head there first, I'll go to father," suggested Qin Yi. The two parties separated once again. The Knights of the Dark Qilin Knighthood turned to take a quick glance at the young man sitting behind Qin Yi. At that moment, outside a restaurant on the lake shore, stood a group of people from the knighthood. Their gathering attracted a lot of attention. General Qin was having his people surround the restaurant. What was going on? Naturally, when Yi Futian and Qin Yi arrived, they were met with this scene. They stood behind Qin Shuai, trying not to disturb him. He must be busy with something. In the restaurant, a group of people appeared. Leading them was a young man. Upon seeing this group, Yi Futian furrowed his brows. He had seen these people before. It was on the night of New Year's Eve and the person leading them was Xia Fan. "Would General Qin like to join me for a drink upstairs?" asked Xia Fan frivolously. "Is this the doing of your people?" Qin Shuai asked coldly. "I don't seem to understand what General Qin is saying." Xia Fan played with his cup and did not look at Qin Shuai. "The monster tide on Mount Tianyao. Are you really going to put the whole city of Qingzhou in danger for your greed?" questioned Qin Shuai. "I already said I don't know what you're talking about and please be aware of the tone you use when speaking to me." Xia Fan smiled with his eyes but his attitude was still as arrogant as before. He did not give a crap about the protector of Qingzhou city. When he finished speaking, the people beside him took a step forward and the tension intensified. "I can't believe that the city lord's office and the Murong Chamber of Commerce had something to do with it too," said General Qin as he looked at Wei Feng and Murong Qiu. His sharp gaze caused them to lower their heads, not daring to look him in the eyes. Finally, his gaze fell back to Xia Fan and told him chillingly, "You want to use Qingzhou city to satisfy your ambitions? I already sent people to spread the news to all of the East Sea Prefecture, that traces of him were found here." Finishing his words, Qin Shuai turned to leave. Xia Fan's expression darkened, and he glared at Qin Shuai's back, wanting to kill him so badly. How dare Qin Shuai try to ruin his plans? When Xia Fan had found out about the secret of Qingzhou city, he sent someone to deliver the news back to the East Sea Prefecture. His father then sent a professional. The purpose of that was to keep things under wraps, but if Qin Shui really spread the news, then it was bound to attract attention. Did Qin Shui know about this secret early on? Qin Shui led the group of knights up into the sky. Quickly, Qin Yi, who was accompanied by Yi Futian, followed right behind them. Then, she was beside her father. "Father, what exactly is going on?" "Who are those people?" asked Qin Yi. "Sweetie, the city of Qingzhou is in danger and we don't know what is going to happen next," answered Qin Shui. "The city of Qingzhou is under the jurisdiction of the East Sea Prefecture, and that person before was the son of the prefecture chief. I've been keeping an eye on him since he arrived in Qingzhou City, so I knew that he sent people to Mount Tianyao to search for hidden secrets. I just can't believe he actually found it." "Mount Tianyao? Secrets?" Qin Yi was even more confused now. "Long before you were born, my master wanted to obliterate the big demon of Mount Tianyao to save ourselves from future problems. He sent people into the mountains but realized that it was an impossible mission after paying a heavy price. However, he did find something important on Mount Tianyao," Qin Shui reminisced. His mind seemed to be miles away. To this day, he could never forget the shocking scene he witnessed all those years ago. "What did you guys find there?" Qin Yi asked. Qin Shui looked at his daughter and spoke the forbidden name, Emperor Yi Qing. Chapter 36. The ground of Qingzhou Academy kept shaking like an earthquake. The ground of Qingzhou Academy kept shaking like an earthquake. The bell sounded in the academy to call all the disciples. At the same time, along the perimeter of Mount Tianyao, the army of Dark Kailan spread out for the approaching enemy. The words, "monster tide," were being spread throughout the whole academy. Now the Dark Kailan knighthood knew that Yi Futian was not joking. A monster tide was seriously approaching this place. Mount Tianyao was such a vast place that no one knew exactly how many monsters were inside. If it was a minor tide, they could still hold it, but if it was a huge tide, the whole city could be destroyed. When Yi Futian and the others arrived, they saw that the battle against the monsters had already begun. Countless monsters were gushing out of the mountain. People from the School of Martial Arts were standing at the front lines, while the School of Sorcery released spells behind them. The whole mountain was nearly engulfed in fire and the earth was fissured from the battle. The guards were just trying to lock down the entire place. However, there were not only monsters running around on Mount Tianyao. A herd of demons was flying to the battleground as well, and they were about to launch an attack. The big chiefs of the academy saw this from a distance, and they now looked extremely nervous. They realized that once the monsters broke through the front lines and attacked the city, they would be unstoppable. The whole city has now entered a state of siege. Inform the major families to protect the city together. Soldiers of Dark Kailan, I command you to spread out and secure the perimeter of Mount Tianyao, Qin Shui commanded. Then the Black Kailan under him flew to the herd of monsters that were flying toward the army. "Dad!" Qin Yi was worried about her father. "Girl, stay away from Mount Tianyao," Qin Shui told his daughter. Qin Yi was still worried about her father, and she was trying to follow him. Yi Futian yelled at her from behind, "Stay here. If you go with your father, you will just distract him." Qin Yi knew that he was right. She was only in the 8th plane of awakening of martial arts, and she was not strong enough to fight against the monsters. "Yi Futian, what should we do now?" Qin Yi looked back at Yi Futian. She looked really flustered. They were practically pressed against each other. Yi Futian felt Qin Yi's nervousness. He blinked his eyes and asked, "Is there anything I can do to help?" Qin Yi realized that they were too close and suddenly blushed. She punched Yi Futian's chest with her fist and cursed him, "You shameless bastard." She turned around to avoid further body contact. Yi Futian smiled and tried to comfort her. "Don't worry. It'll be fine, and so will your father." "I know." Qin Yi nodded. She understood Yi Futian was just trying to soothe her feelings. "Just get off my side." Her face was still red. Yi Futian actually listened to her order this time. He looked into the distance, and he did not feel as assured as he seemed. This was a dangerous monster tide. The most he could do was comfort Ms. Qin, but he couldn't help much besides that. All the people in the city had been informed of the monster tide outburst. All the significant families were now deploying their military forces. This fight was related to the survival of the entire city, and no one would survive if they lost. The cultivators were also rushing to Mount Tianyao to help secure the perimeter. If they didn't, once the monsters broke through the guards, their homes would be destroyed. Inside the city, a remarkable troop was marching towards Qingzhou Academy. The troop was made up of foot soldiers and knights. The ground was shaking from the force of their marching, and the people who saw them were shocked. Some of them are the municipal guard of this city, some are the soldiers of the Murong family. But who are the other guys? People were curious about this mysterious army. Some people noticed the symbols on their robes, and suddenly they sensed the danger. They are the powerful warriors and mages from the Haiyan Academy. How could that happen? The city of Haiyan is our nemesis. Why are the municipal guard soldiers with the army from the city of Haiyan? I don't know. People were now extremely nervous about this army. The monster tide was going to attack the city soon, but the Qingzhou Municipal Guard was not protecting the city with the Dark Kylan knighthood. In fact, they were marching with soldiers from the city of Haiyan. The city of Qingzhou truly was in danger. This mighty troop was directly approaching Qingzhou Academy. When they arrived, the people of Qingzhou Academy were still fighting against the monsters with the Dark Kylan knighthood. Such a huge army soon attracted the attention from all the people who were fighting. A lot of students froze when they saw the newcomers on the battleground. Wei Meng. Qin Shui stepped out and stared at Wei Meng, the lord of the city of Qingzhou. His face was ghastly pale. You released the monsters from Mount Tianyao, and are now working along with the people from city of Haiyan. This is your territory. I don't understand you. What I'm doing now is completely under orders, Wei Meng said in a cold voice. Xia Fan, what are you doing exactly? Qin Shui noticed that Xia Fan was in the crowd. An evil light flickered across Xia Fan's eyes. He was looking at Qin Shui with contempt. He believed that Qin Shui was only the commander of a private troop of a small city and shouldn't be allowed to talk to him in such a rude manner. Where is the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy? Xia Fan ignored Qin Shui's question. He looked over the Qingzhou Academy group for the headmaster. The headmaster stepped out of the crowd. His hair was all white and gray, and it was apparent that he was over the age of 70. However, he still looked graceful. He was the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy, Gu Mu. He had left the school business for others long ago and focused on his cultivation. In fact, without the monster tide, he would not have even shown up in this place. Mr. Xia, the Lord of East Sea Prefecture, why are you here? Gu Mu asked Xia Fan. Mount Tianyao has been a potential danger for the city of Qingzhou for many years. As the Lord of Donghai Province, I have come here as soon as possible to consult with the city lord about how to defuse the situation. Therefore, I have summoned the army of the municipal guard, the Murong family, and the city of Haiyan. We are going to break into Mount Tianyao, and we need your cooperation. Xia Fan laughed. Gu Mu didn't believe his explanation. However, the crisis of this city had doubled. They were now surrounded by the monsters and the army. If he said no to Xia Fan, they might all be wiped out. Okay, we will cooperate, Gu Mu answered. I believe Mr. Gu is making this decision for the good of the city. General Qin is the ultimate guard of this city, and I believe you agree with Mr. Gu, right? Xia Fan looked at Qin Shui again. You are shameless. All the people of Qingzhou Academy were cursing Xia Fan in their hearts. They looked at him with contempt. You have summoned quite a lot of powerful people from the city of Haiyan. What promise did you make to them? Qin Shui asked Xia Fan. General, they're merely here to help. There are absolutely no conditions involved. Now, I know you're on edge, but I hope you can settle your attitude, Xia Fan said arrogantly. He had summoned a lot of influential people from the East Sea Prefecture and the city of Haiyan, so he had the advantage now. Okay, Qin Shuai agreed reluctantly. He knew that there must be some conspiracy occurring under the table. However, with reinforcements breaking into Mount Tianyao, they could actually push the front line and minimize the damage to the city of Qingzhou. In fact, if he didn't agree and the two groups fought against each other right here, the result would be even worse. Then, let's go now. Xia Fan smiled. Mr. Xia, I want someone from Qingzhou Academy, a man from Haiyan asked Xia Fan. Who is it? Xia Fan smiled. The middle-aged man looked through the crowd of Qingzhou Academy and his eyes targeted Yi Futian. Yi Futian suddenly had a bad feeling about it. This middle-aged man was the same man with eagle's eyes who had led the intruders to Qingzhou Academy last time. Yi Futian, have you quit the academy yet? The eagle-eyed man asked him. What do you mean? Yi Futian responded with a smile. Last time I invited you to Haiyan Academy, you turned me down. I believe you won't mind if I raise this question again. I did quit the academy, but I already have my own master, so I'm sorry that I still have to turn you down this time, Yi Futian answered. Who is so lucky to be your master? He kept asking. I am, Hua Fenglu responded from the crowd. It's okay. In fact, Haiyan Academy is still willing to accept you even though you already have a master. The eagle-eyed man would not let him go easily. Haiyan Academy is making a really generous gesture, and I believe Mr. Hua, the Guqin devil, would not prevent this, right? Xia Fan also tried to persuade Hua Fenglu. He had not anticipated that Haiyan Academy would be looking for Yi Futian. He's too good for your academy, Hua Fenglu said peacefully. In the Haiyan Academy crowd, an old man whose eyes had been closed for a long time suddenly opened his eyes and asked, Hua Fenglu, you want to fight? Mr. Hua, you're just causing me trouble. Xia Fan laughed, and the army around him stepped forward. They definitely had not dared to mess with Hua Fenglu when he was young. But now, since his natal spirit had been destroyed, they didn't fear him anymore. Hua Fenglu began condensing power and preparing to attack. However, Yi Futian suddenly started laughing. You know what? I feel so honored you keep inviting me to your academy. I've changed my mind, and I believe Mr. Hua will not stop me, right? Hua Fenglu glanced at him. He knew that this boy was really shrewd and there must have been a reason he suddenly changed his mind. He agreed and said, okay, I don't mind, but your academy must make sure he is safe. Otherwise, you will taste my rage. Don't worry, Mr. Hua. The eagle-eyed man was happy. Yi Futian had defeated someone as talented as Yun Tianhao. There were only two options for Haiyan Academy, either accept him or kill him. Yu Sheng stepped forward. Yi Futian knew that he was trying to stop this decision. He shook his head, and Yu Sheng stopped. However, Yu Sheng was still angry and confused. A young girl and a young man came out of the Haiyan group. The girl smiled and greeted Yi Futian. Now that you have been accepted by our academy, come over here. Yi Futian nodded and walked toward the Haiyan group. He ogled the body of the young girl and said, if I knew there was a girl so beautiful in your academy, I would have said yes the last time. You're a smooth talker, boy. The sexy girl laughed. Please take good care of me in the future. Yi Futian naturally held the girl in his arms, and the girl also seemed to feel comfortable. She laughed even harder. Of course I will, you cute boy. You shameless bastard. The people of Qingzhou Academy were swearing at Yi Futian. Traitor. How could a student of our academy be so off-color? People kept cursing him. Qin looked sad about what had just happened. Xia Fan was jeering at all of this. He believed Hua Fenglu must be extremely embarrassed now, seeing the boyfriend of his daughter betray the academy and flirt with another girl. However, he was surprised that Hua Fenglu was still calm. It almost seemed like Hua Fenglu had no idea about the relationship between Yi Futian and his daughter. Xia Fan believed it was possible. Otherwise, Hua Fenglu would have been furious. Still, He wondered how such a lame boy could get Hua Jieyu to fall in love with him. What he did not know was that Hua Fenglu was calm because he knew Yi Futian all too well. Okay, let's head in there, Xia Fan made the command. He seemed to be pretty satisfied with all that had happened. Chapter 37, The army of people headed into Mount Tianyao together. The city of Qingzhou had never had an expedition of this level before. The army of people headed into Mount Tianyao together. The city of Qingzhou had never had an expedition of this level before. Mount Tianyao covered a large area of terrain, far larger than that of the main urban areas of Qingzhou city. It was difficult to imagine how many demons and monsters lurked in these mountains. Many people had attempted to clear Mount Tianyao of demons and monsters but to no avail. Now, because of Xia Fan, Qingzhou Academy and the city's first line of defense, the Dark Qilin Knighthood, were forced to send troops of people into the mountains. In addition, the Qingzhou Guards and Haiyan City's army were following behind them. The sheer number of people there was seemingly more impactful than the monster tide. The Dark Qilin Knighthood charged forward on the path that Qingzhou Academy's School of Divination Arts had cleared for them using sorcery. Their advance forced the demons and monsters deeper into the mountains, but Qin Shui was not excited about this at all. The troop was attacking at full force, but there were still demons and monsters slipping past them left and right into the main city. All they could do now was try their best to eliminate as many demons and monsters as possible. Lead the way, Xia Fan ordered the middle-aged man ahead of him. His people had left markers in the mountains the last time they were here looking for the historical remains of Emperor Yi Qing. Yi Futian and the people of Haiyan Academy were walking at the back of the group. He had already made some inquiries. Yi Futian found out that the girl beside him was named Tang Yu, 20 years old. She was definitely a flirtatious beauty. Yi Futian and Tang Yu got familiar with each other fairly quickly. Senior sister, a beauty like you must have many suitors, right? Asked Yi Futian. Why do you ask? Laughed Tang Yu. Do I have a chance? He asked her. She looked at Yi Futian and chuckled. You do look pretty handsome, but it's a shame that you're a little too young for my liking. Senior sister, I'm already an adult. 16 is not too young, said Yi Futian. When Tang Yu saw how serious he was, she could not help but burst out in laughter. The young men of Haiyan Academy glared at Yi Futian when they heard Tang Yu laughing. Senior sister, do you know why we're here? Asked Yi Futian. The elders say that there are historical remains in Mount Tianyao, explained Tang Yu. Yi Futian shook his head. Senior sister, let me tell you a secret. He then leaned in close to whisper softly in her ear, in Mount Tianyao, there is a secret methods index left behind by Emperor Yi Qing. Tang Yu's expression turned serious and she looked at Yi Futian. Is what you said true? It looked like Xia Yan had, indeed, kept this information to himself. It was hard to blame him though because this had to do with Emperor Yi Qing, so, of course, he would keep quiet about it. Of course. My master is the Hua Fenglu and I also know General Qin. It's only natural that I know this secret. Why else would they have made such a big fuss? Said Yi Futian. Wait for me here, Tang Yu finished her sentence and left. Yi Futian watched as she walked up to speak with the elder that had wanted to challenge Hua Fenglu and made her way back. Come with me, she said to Yi Futian. He followed her to stand in front of the elder who had his eyes closed. Where did you hear this information? The elder asked Yi Futian. May I ask what your position is at Haiyan Academy? Questioned Yi Futian. The elder opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. Why do you ask? Since I'm going to pursue an education at Haiyan Academy, it's only common sense to want to learn from the best of the best, explained Yi Futian. I am Tang Imo, the headmaster of Haiyan Academy. If you do well, maybe I will think about teaching you myself, said the elder. Beside them, Tang Yu smiled and explained, he's my grandfather. Yi Futian bowed down and began to blabber baseless information. Since you're the headmaster and senior sister Tang Yu's grandfather, I would not dare withhold information from you. There has always been a rumor in the city of Qingzhou that our city was where Emperor Yi Qing originated and that he had left an heirloom here. To obtain the heirloom was to obtain the right to inherit his position and his secret methods index. A lot of people think it's just a legend, but it's all true. The heirloom is up in Mount Tianyao. General Qin has personally seen it in the past. Why didn't he take it then? Tang Imo was skeptical. Headmaster, do you really think Emperor Yi Qing's heirloom is that easy to obtain? If it were, why would Xia Fan do all of this? Asked Yi Futian. Tang Imo squinted his eyes in suspicion. Do you know what happens if you lie to me? I didn't know that Headmaster was kept in the dark about this. I was simply making conversation with senior sister Tang Yu. Why would I purposely lie to her? It's just that Xia Fan has already gathered professionals from the East Sea Prefecture, but he's using people from both academies to fend off the demons and monsters instead. I think he's up to no good, answered Yi Futian. Are you trying to turn us against each other? Tang Imo was extremely sharp. His great aura was suffocating Yi Futian. When you reach the site of the remains, you'll know whether or not Xia Fan has been lying to you. If what I said was false, then my life is in your hands, but if what I said was true, then you should start being wary, said Yi Futian. Why? Asked Tang Imo. I don't know what Xia Fan promised you, but I'm sure you know what the inheritance of Emperor Yi Qing signifies. When the troops are done dealing with the demons and monsters, it would be easy to get his hands on the heirloom. After he accomplishes his goal, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill off all the witnesses. Headmaster, you must take caution, Yi Futian spoke solemnly. Up ahead, it was loud as the troops advanced and the boundaries of the mountain were on lockdown by the aces of Haiyan Academy. There would be no need to worry about a leak of information if worst comes to worst. Do you hate the vice chief? Tang Imo asked suddenly. Yi Futian lifted his head to look at Tang Imo. After a short silence, he nodded, of course. Xia Fan will do anything to get his way. He even started the monster tide to get us all on the mountain. The city of Qingzhou is my home. I can't allow him to bring harm to our city. If his plans succeed, it would be difficult for even me to make it out alive. If you don't believe me, then forget it, but if you choose to believe me, then please join hands with us. My master is Hua Fenglu, and I'm acquainted with General Qin. Even if the two schools have always been rivals, it's not impossible to work together just this once. If we can get our hands on Emperor Yi Qing's heirloom, wouldn't it all be worth it? You would be able to do anything you want, without fearing repercussions from a prefecture chief. Tang Yu, take him away, Tang Imo ordered abruptly with a sullen look. Tang Yu walked towards Yi Futian. He bowed once more to Tang Imo and left with Tang Yu, not saying another word. What do you think? Tang Imo asked the eagle-eyed man at his side. That guy has got quite a mouth on him. We can't trust him completely. The key now is to wait and see if what we find is truly the historical remains of Emperor Yi Qing, reasoned Eagle Eyes. And if they really are his remains? Tang Imo continued to question. Father, if it is actually the heirloom of Emperor Yi Qing, then what would a city like Qingzhou be to us? If we got our hands on the heirloom, not even the entire East Sea area would be able to stop us, said Eagle Eyes. Tang Imo went into deep thought. Even though Yi Futian's words were evidently trying to make the groups question one another, he had a point. With the heirloom in his hands, he would be unstoppable. Do you think he'll be of use to us? Tang Imo asked. Eagle Eyes thought for a while, then shook his head. Whether it be his gift or his personality, he's too hard to control. That's true. Yun Tianhao is naturally prideful and thinks only of cultivation, but this young man is different, Tang Imo agreed with his son. Even though Yun Tianhao lost to this fellow, he is still a mandate sorcerer. Yun Tianhao will only get stronger and more powerful. He has already left for the city of Donghai to seek more knowledge. He will definitely make a glorious return. Yi Futian, on the other hand, if we don't get him under control, Eagle Eyes looked at Tang Imo and then shared an unspoken understanding. The large group was advancing very quickly. Along the way, they stepped over countless carcasses of different types of demons and monsters, but they had also suffered many attacks. Both Qingzhou Academy and the Dark Qilin Knighthood made many sacrifices, some dead, some hurt. The fog on Mount Tianyao grew thicker. It would be impossible to locate anything in the mountains from up in the air. This was the only reason Xia Fan chose to advance on foot. During their long expedition, Headmaster Gu Mu of Qingzhou Academy and Qin Shui went looking for Xia Fan. When they found him, they made their intentions clear: if everyone else continues to take a back seat while our people from the academy and the knighthood clear the way, we will leave the way we came. Are you threatening me? Xia Fan stared at Qin Shui, who had just listed his terms. Think what you will, said Qin Shui calmly. They were no longer in the city of Qingzhou. They had initially agreed to Xia Fan's forceful request because of the monster tide, but now that they were deep into Mount Tianyao, things were different. Xia Fan did not dare to push his luck. Fine, Xia Fan gave in and called out, Headmaster Tang Imo, I understand. Tang Imo nodded and ordered his people to take the place of the people of Qingzhou Academy and the Dark Qilin Knighthood at the front line. Yi Futian stepped up with them. This area with the deeper fog housed more powerful demons and monsters. Sometimes, there were even high-level Dharma-rank demons and monsters. To defeat these creatures, the elders would have to step in. Time passed, and day by day, there were fewer and fewer people in their expedition, and a large number of those who were hurt were actually their most powerful people in the group. The weaker people were being protected in the back of the group. Nobody would send the weak out to die, so they were the safest. Whenever Yi Futian was met with danger, he ran to hide amongst the Haiyan Academy aces so he would be safe as well. He was not about to risk his life for the Haiyan Academy. A lot of people scorned him when he did this, but he did not care at all. Finally, when they had gotten far enough within the mountains, the fog began to clear. This area was bright, maybe even brighter than it had been off the mountains. Spiritual qi was gathered here. This area is heavy with spiritual qi, but the surrounding areas are layered in fog. Could it be? Someone in the group spoke up. That's right. We're here, said an ace beside Xia Fan. He was excited. The lot continued to advance, and they started to realize that there was not a single demon or monster in this area. What is that? Someone pointed ahead and screamed. As they got closer, the view became clearer, and everyone's hearts began to pound. What they saw was an enormous statue. It rose from the valley below and stood in the middle of the mountains. Everyone was shaking, but they continued to advance until they were all standing on a cliff above the valley, looking out at the statue. Spiritual qi was flowing like crazy through the entire area. Look down. Someone pointed with a shaking finger down at the base of the statue. There, they saw a dragon coiled around the statue. It was an actual dragon. Right now, it had its eyes closed shut, seemingly asleep. That's the dragon, someone from Qingzhou Academy said. Everyone, including Yi Futian, was surprised. This dragon was the same one they saw last fall. Around the statue and dragon, the valley was swarmed by powerful demons. They were revolving around the statue, greedily absorbing its spiritual qi. This was a valley of 1,000,000 beasts. Emperor Yi Qing, someone said in shock as they stared at the giant statue. 16 years ago, the death of Emperor Yi Qing became tabooed and it became forbidden for anything in his image to exist, but right in front of their eyes was this magnificent statue of Emperor Yi Qing. Chapter 38. The monumental statue in front of them was vivid and dignified. Black hair casually spread across the shoulders. The eyes were so bright that they seemed to be looking through people. The statue had already demonstrated the unsurpassed charm of Emperor Yi Qing. The monumental statue in front of them was vivid and dignified. Black hair casually spread across the shoulders. The eyes were so bright that they seemed to be looking through people. The statue had already demonstrated the unsurpassed charm of Emperor Yi Qing. Emperor Yi Qing was the legend of the divine prefectures of the East. Even though his name became a taboo after he died, it was still mentioned privately. The name had come as a shock. They had never expected that in Mount Tianyao there was such a lifelike statue of Emperor Yi Qing. And they were wondering whether the dragon was his mount. Wow, look at this, the relics of Emperor Yi Qing. Tang Imo, the headmaster of Haiyan Academy, narrowed his eyes. He realized that Xia Fan had concealed his true intentions about coming in here. Qin Shui gazed at the coiled dragon in the canyon below. He frowned with doubt. Several years ago, when he had come here with his master, he hadn't seen the coiled dragon. There were only the statue and monsters at that time. The dragon must have come later. Everyone, these are the relics of Emperor Yi Qing. There's an entrance behind the statue, and I believe the treasure of Emperor Yi Qing is hidden inside. Even without the relics of Emperor Yi Qing, the corpse of this dead dragon is a valuable treasure itself. Xia Fan pointed below. He looked so greedy that he would have started the exploration already if not for the monsters lurking below. Tang Fei went to tell Xia Fan that the monsters below were entirely different from the ones in the monster tide. Mr. Xia, these monsters are different. These monsters were just being lazy. They didn't even care about the people and kept laying there. So, we all need to work together, Xia Fan said. I didn't know Emperor Yi Qing was a native of the city of Qingzhou, and that there were relics in this place. How much longer were you going to hide this from me? Tang Imo asked Xia Fan tentatively. Xia Fan looked at Tang Imo and then smiled. In fact, I didn't know that Emperor Yi Qing lived in this city until recently. However, it's still unknown whether the relics are behind the entrance of that statue or not. I didn't tell Mr. Tang because I wanted to keep it confidential information. Okay. Tang Imo nodded. Yi Futian was telling the truth. Emperor Yi Qing had been a native of the city of Qingzhou. However, what he didn't know was that Yi Futian also felt shocked about this fact. He had totally made it up, and he had no evidence to support it. To his surprise, Xia Fan admitted that Emperor Yi Qing had lived in the city of Qingzhou. Time to get to work, Xia Fan commanded. Awkwardly, no one started moving. None of them were going to risk their lives for Xia Fan at this time. General Qin, Mr. Gu. Xia Fan looked at Qin Shui and asked. We have already finished our job. I am not going to let people of the Dark Kailan Knighthood and Qingzhou Academy die for your interests, Qin Shui said coldly. Due to the huge amount of monsters below, Xia Fan would basically be sending them in as bait to distract these monsters from guarding the entrance. Mr. Xia, there are so many monsters and, to be honest, some of us will die if we fight them. If you get the treasure from Emperor Yi Qing, what will we get? I don't want my people to die for nothing, Tang Imo protested. Xia Fan was caught off guard, then smiled. He realized that Yi Futian had talked with Tang Imo about his plan. Uncle. Xia Fan looked at the man in black next to him. Then he went silent. The next moment, a fierce storm of sword power burst out of his body. This storm became so intense that it enveloped all the people. People were nervous. The power of this sword storm was so overwhelming that it could destroy everything, monsters and people alike. He's in the Arcana plane, that's incredible. Hua Fenglu realized Xia Fan was serious this time. He had summoned his uncle from the city of Donghai who was, in fact, a powerful swordsman. The treasure of Emperor Yi Qing was so precious that it was hard for Xia Fan to fully trust his army. Tang Imo also looked uncomfortable and shot Yi Futian a despising glance. Do you have other questions? Xia Fan laughed out loud. He had gained control over the situation now. The Dark Kailan soldiers will fight for you. Let the young students of Qingzhou Academy go, Qin Shui responded. You're asking for death. Xia Fan was impatient. His uncle suddenly launched a powerful strike. The strike was too fast to evade. The Dark Kailan under Qin Shui was killed by this strike, and one of Qin Shui's arms was cut off. General. The Dark Kailan soldiers gathered around Qin Shui. They were terrified of what had just happened. Dad! Qin Yi screamed in horror. The man in black hurried into the air. He could have launched another strike at any moment. Any more questions? Xia Fan sounded indifferent. I insist that only the Dark Kailan soldiers join the fight, and the young students of Qingzhou Academy should leave, Qin Shui was persistent. Blood gushed out of his missing arm, but he was still peaceful. Xia Fan was mad. He needed Qin Shui's army to fight against the monsters, but he knew they would not do so without their commander. Okay, let the young students go. Xia Fan then looked at Tang Imo. Mr. Tang, do you have anything to add? I obey your orders. Tang Imo had to comply. He didn't have the same courage as Qin Shui. So, let's move, Xia Fan commanded. The army began to attack the monsters below. The Dark Kylan soldiers were the vanguards of this troop, and those powerful people beyond the Dharma plane level were following them. Xia Fan observed the fight. He wanted to test the power of these monsters with the bait he had just sent. Go away, or die. A heavy voice came out of the canyon, which stiffened the members of the army. Soon, they saw a white-skinned monster standing apart from the herd. She soon started to grow huge, and she looked almost as big as a hill. The rest of the herd were awakened by this voice. Suddenly, the whole herd became active. What the? Xia Fan was frightened. He didn't know there was a monster lord in this herd. How could that be possible? He looked at the statue of Emperor Yi Qing. Was the monster lord the guardian of this statue? People were shocked. The monster lord was a snow ape. When it stood up, it was so giant that it seemed invincible. Die, you intruders! The snow ape roared. The mountain began to shake from this roar. Sorry for the intrusion, Xia Fan said. He knew that this was an inevitable failure. They had lost quite a lot soldiers from their army and all of that for just a tour of this place. All of the armies retreated back to the top. Tang Imo started speaking. I'm sorry, Mr. Xia, we can't do anything about it. Xia Fan's face was gloomy. It seemed that he needed to release his anger desperately. Go fight the monsters and die there, Xia Fan told Tang Imo. Tang Imo was caught off guard. Mr. Xia, please forgive him. Mr. Tang was encouraged by the others. Murong Qiu approached. Yi Futian knew that the conspiracy had been revealed now. He had tried to cause a crack between Xia Fan and Tang Imo, but he had not expected that Tang Imo would surrender to the power of Xia Fan. Yes, Yi Futian tried to turn me against you. He told me that he was planning to mess with Xia Fan with help from the students of Qingzhou Academy and the soldiers of the Dark Kylan Knighthood. Tang Imo sold Yi Futian out. Tang Yu was embarrassed by her grandfather. She had already started to consider Yi Futian as a friend. So, Qingzhou Academy sent Yi Futian to Haiyan Academy to mess up my plans, am I right? Xia Fan's voice was gloomy and cold. Mr. Xia, Yi Futian was expelled from Qingzhou Academy long ago. His activity had nothing to do with this academy. I will kill him for you to prove that, Shi Zhong explained. Is that true? Xia Fan looked at Gu Mu for confirmation. Gu Mu gave Hua Fenglu a glance, then nodded. This has nothing to do with Qingzhou Academy. So, I will believe whoever kills him first. Xia Fan was laughing out loud. I'll do it. Shi Zhong rushed toward Yi Futian. Tang Lin also rushed toward Yi Futian. They had already had plans to kill Yi Futian, so even without being interrogated by Xia Fan, he would have been killed anyway. Hua Fenglu appeared next to Yi Futian to protect his disciple. He glanced at Shi Zhong and Tang Lin. Do I not exist? Mr. Guqin Devil, this is none of your business. Xia Fan was complacent. Even your father didn't dare talk to me like that. Hua Fenglu stared at Xia Fan. That was in the past, Mr. Hua, Xia Fan sneered at him, I am in a bad mood. Stay out of this, now. The moment he stopped talking, the man in black stepped forward. He soon started to attack Hua Fenglu with the sword storm. I am also in a bad mood. You better stay away from me before you get in trouble. Hua Fenglu sounded peaceful. Your natal spirit has been destroyed, and I'm kind of curious how bad your temper could be. He urged his power toward Hua Fenglu, and it looked like he was going to tear Hua Fenglu into pieces. Professor! Yi Futian was worried about Hua Fenglu. This man in black was in the Arcana plane. He was even more powerful than the people from Haiyan Academy who were in the Dharma plane. Qingzhou City had never seen someone as powerful as he was. He had no idea what plane Hua Fenglu was in, but the confidence of that man worried him. He has fallen under the Arcana plane since his natal spirit was destroyed. The middle-aged man next to Xia Fan confirmed Yi Futian's fear. You don't have to die for me, Professor. Yi Futian ran away and yelled, just tell Fox I love her and tell my godfather I have to let him down. The second half was to Yu Sheng. Shockingly, Yi Futian began running into the canyon with the endless monsters. Yi Futian was upset that he had to end his short life in such a way. He was not prepared to die yet. Go after him, Xia Fan commanded. Suddenly, some powerful mages rushed out of the group to pursue Yi Futian. Chapter 39. Hua Fenglu did not expect Yi Futian to be so determined. He even left his last words. Hua Fenglu did not expect Yi Futian to be so determined. He even left his last words. He tried to run toward Yi Futian's direction but was blocked by the sword storm, cutting off his advance. Yi Futian! You get back here right now, screamed Hua Fenglu. You should worry about yourself, suggested the Arcana plane cultivator dressed in black. His body was surrounded by the endless sword storm. When he swiped his arms forward, a row of swords appeared, all charging at Hua Fenglu. Get lost, raged Hua Fenglu. An invisible force descended upon him, and the row of swords stopped right before they were able to pierce him. The swords shook violently in midair. While the two were in this deadlock, Hua Fenglu saw Shi Zhong, Eagle Eyes, and Tang Lin jump down into the canyon to chase after Yi Futian. His heart convulsed. His long, black hair flowed without the wind blowing, the dust beneath his feet blew like a weird storm. I told you I have a bad temper, why did you have to provoke me? Hua Fenglu's voice was shaking. He felt extremely guilty. His life was just beginning, he couldn't die. A bright light emanated from Hua Fenglu. Then, the light gathered and formed the strings of a qin. From there, the entire instrument appeared in front of Hua Fenglu. At that moment, his aura began to grow, breaking Dharma into the Arcana plane. Life spirit. That's impossible, said the Arcana plane swordsman. He quickly realized what was going on, and his expression changed. Hua Fenglu, this is suicide. Hua Fenglu disregarded him, and began to strum the instrument with both hands. Music began to play. An abstract wave was released that pierced eardrums with a dragon-like roar. The swords formed with spiritual qi dissipated. The Tsangshan dragon chant. The swordsman could only stare at Hua Fenglu. The Tsangshan dragon chant was a musical spell that the Qin devil, Hua Fenglu, specialized in. The swordsman watched as Hua Fenglu's pace quickened, his music spread into his surroundings, and the sound waves created a force field, encapsulating everyone around. The force field made its way to the swordsman and Xia Fan. Boom! Xia Fan received a harsh attack and moaned in pain. His face was now pale. Be careful, this is his musical spell. Retreat, shouted the swordsman. His sword raced toward Hua Fenglu once more. Hua Fenglu's fingers moved even faster. The sound of his instrument was magical, spreading far and wide. Kill him, ordered Xia Fan, blood in his mouth. He felt as if he were about to explode. His people came to protect him in their retreat. Everyone began to retreat, even Shi Zhong and Tang Lin, who were chasing Yi Futian. Kill, muttered Hua Fenglu. His music continued, and an even stronger wave attacked Xia Fan. His people tried to use their spiritual qi to create a force field for his protection, but the wave was too strong. The force field was broken, and Xia Fan was hit once again. His face was now even more pale than before. Shi Zhong, on the other hand, was not so lucky. Under the power of the music, he screamed in pain. He was killed by the power of Hua Fenglu's instrument, bleeding from every orifice. The Qin devil, someone said. Many people had heard of this name, but seeing him in action made them realize how truly extraordinary Hua Fenglu was. "Let's go," said the swordsman. Protecting himself with a force field, he went to Xia Fan's side to retreat together. Seeing this, Tang Imo and Gu Mu also ordered an evacuation. Qing Shui led the Dark Qilin Knighthood away from this place of trouble. Hua Fenglu attempted to chase after his enemies, but stopped after taking a single step. He began to cough up blood. This was going to be the end of the legendary Qin Devil. He could no longer chase after them. Even so, the sound of his instrument never ceased. Yi Futian jumped down the canyon and felt the wind around him. Just as he was about to land, he was swept up in the wind, but not even the wind could defy gravity. He began to fall once more, and Yi Futian felt no strength in his legs. Would he die like this? He did not die, but he did see the demons and monsters gather around him. They looked as if they wanted to swallow him alive. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" asked the snow ape. Just as he spoke, Yi Futian's thunder dragon spirit was released. "Senior Dragon and I are linked by fate. I have my life spirit thanks to him, so I came to express my gratitude," said Yi Futian loudly. He was not going to give up a chance to live even at a dead end like this. Demons and monsters stormed towards him, not paying attention to anything he said. Yi Futian could smell blood. It came from the mouth of a demon boa. He was out of hope now. Pang! A large hand smacked the demon boa far away. The snow ape stood in front of Yi Futian like a large mountain. It looked down on Yi Futian and asked, "This life spirit? It was given to you by the old dragon?" Yi Futian's eyes twinkled and he spoke, "Last year when I was training on Mount Tianyao, Senior Dragon's image appeared. After observing it, my life spirit was created." "You created the life spirit by observation?" The snow ape stared at Yi Futian. "Show me your natal spirit." Yi Futian nodded. The world tree appeared. The ancient tree swayed in the wind, just like a real tree. The snow ape shuddered, his eyes suddenly turning red. His large body fell to the ground, his head landing in front of Yi Futian. "What's wrong?" asked Yi Futian, withdrawing his life spirit. The snow ape looked extremely sad. "Child," the snow ape stuck out its finger to caress Yi Futian's face. Tears formed in his large red eyes, and he began to cry. This was enough for Yi Futian to share his deep sadness. "Why is it you?" The snow ape's body shook as he continued to cry. "Do you know me?" Yi Futian's voice lowered, seemingly affected by the snow ape's emotions. "You poor child." The snow ape was unable to pull himself out of his melancholic state. Slowly, he stood up, lifted his head, and let out an earth-shattering scream. His fists pounded down on his chest repeatedly. The snow ape's scream resonated throughout the mountain, and the demons and monsters bowed down as they shook in fear. The snow ape then got down on his knees and gave Yi Futian a deep bow, one fit for royalty. "Senior," Yi Futian was dumbfounded. The demons and monsters of the canyon were bowing down to him. "May you bring me back up there?" asked Yi Futian. He was worried about Hua Fenglu. "Of course," answered the snow ape. He lifted his head and held on to Yi Futian with his huge hands. His feet stomped down on the ground, shattering it, and in a second they were catapulted back to the peak of the mountain. The whole mountain shook along with their movements. Letting go of Yi Futian, the snow ape placed him on the ground. "Master!" Yi Futian's heart squeezed at the sight of Hua Fenglu. He was still strumming away at his instrument, the strings now tainted with blood. "Yi Futian," called out Hua Fenglu. He could not believe his eyes. Yi Futian was safe and sound. A cord snapped, and his instrument disappeared. Hua Fenglu spit out blood once again and fell to the ground. "Master!" Yi Futian sprinted to his side and held Hua Fenglu in his arms. "There's someone over there," the snow ape looked ahead. Yi Futian raised his head to see that the swordsman had returned. When he saw Yi Futian and the snow ape together, the swordsman's heart pounded. How could it be? "Kill him," Yi Futian said coldly. The snow ape took big steps toward the swordsman, who began to run, but his speed was no match for the snow ape. The snow ape gave out a loud growl and stomped down on the swordsman. Before his demise, he managed to shout out a warning to his companions, "Run!" 3 roars came from the snow ape, and from a distance the swordsman's companions shook in fear. What was the Demon King doing outside the canyon? Hua Fengliu's life was hanging on by a thread, but he still smiled at Yi Futian. "Don't worry, this isn't enough to kill me. My powers were disabled once, doesn't matter if it happens a second time. I told you to leave me be, why did you do this? If I was already dead, then you would have died in vain," shouted Yi Futian. His eyes were red. "As your master, I couldn't just let you be driven to your death and do nothing about it. That's humiliating," laughed Hua Fengliu. "Besides, you know I have a bad temper. So, you feel good about yourself now? Well, I'm pissed. If something had happened to you, what would I do about Fox?" asked Yi Futian. "You would marry her," chuckled Hua Fengliu. Yi Futian lowered his head, tears streaming down his face as he closed his eyes, in pain. "Why are you crying? My daughter is beautiful. Are you not willing to marry her?" Hua Fengliu was acting as if nothing had happened. "I'm crying because you messed up my life. If you die, then I don't even get the chance to kick you to the curb when I'm successful," said Yi Futian as he placed Hua Fengliu on his back, carrying him into the canyon. "You make it sound like you got the short end of the stick here," Hua Fengliu said from behind. "Of course. If I become emperor, then you're the emperor's father-in-law," Yi Futian answered nonchalantly. Hua Fengliu lifted his head to watch the sunset and smiled. Yusheng approached them from the edge of the canyon. Yi Futian stared at him. "What are you trying to do now? Are you also trying to die with me by jumping off?" "No," replied Yusheng, shaking his head. Yi Futian was even madder now. What happened to being loyal to friends? "If you had died, then I would have avenged you." Yusheng lifted his head, finally looking Yi Futian in the eyes. His eyes were also red. "Fine, I forgive you," said Yi Futian. He looked over at the snow ape who had just returned. "Can you bring me to the statue?" "Okay, but anyone who sees us together has to die," said the snow ape seriously. Yi Futian was shocked at his words and looked over at Yusheng. "They are some of my closest friends and family. Don't even think about it. As for the others, leave it to me." The snow ape nodded and brought the 3 to the entrance of the statue. Yi Futian pushed open the door and entered alone. The inside was empty. All that was there was another statue of Emperor Yi Qing, but this one was life-sized. The spiritual qi inside was packed as if there was a matrix somewhere. When Yi Futian took a step inside, the matrix lit up by itself. It got brighter as endless amounts of spiritual qi rushed into the life-size statue. This caused the statue to break apart, releasing a virtual image. It was Emperor Yi Qing. The 2 met eyes and Emperor Yi Qing spoke softly to ask, "What is your name, child?" "Senior, my name is Yi Futian," he answered. He was not sure why he felt so at peace even though the most legendary character in history was standing in front of him. "We share a surname. Release your life spirit for me," requested Emperor Yi Qing. Yi Futian did exactly that, as requested. Upon seeing his life spirit, Emperor Yi Qing froze. Then, he let out a pained expression. It was the same reaction that the snow ape had, it seemed like he was about to cry. His virtual image approached Yi Futian and embraced him. He then said, "My dear child. Why is it you? Why must it be you?" His voice cracked as he cried. Yi Futian wanted to cry with him. Softly, he spoke, "Senior, haven't you been waiting for me? Who exactly am I? You are not the one I have been waiting for. I didn't think it would be you." His voice was filled with sadness. His virtual image returned to its original place. Emperor Yi Qing looked at Yi Futian with gentle eyes and told him, "Child, you are the future emperor of the divine prefectures. The ruler of the world.